Good afternoon, members. When we broke for the lunch break, we were up to the third reading of the Taxation Budget Measures Bill, number 2, and we were up to call number 8, which was the Labour Party call. I call the Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is a pleasure to come back and spell out exactly why it is that Labour is not supporting this bill. Just before we broke for the lunch break, we were hearing from one of the government speakers about what a boon $5 a week would be for people. Now, Madam Speaker, we cannot underestimate the compounding value of $5 a week and what that means to people, and they were talking about the cost of that. But Madam Speaker, I want this House, and I want all of those watching, to put that against the cost that this budget comes at. And that is nearly $3 billion a year for working women and the way their work is valued in this country, because that is what is paying for these budget initiatives. So let's not make any mistake. It is the money that has been set aside in the budget that this budget lays bare is gone. That has been cut by this budget to make sure that our hospice nurses, our plunket nurses, our care and support workers, that these people's work that hold up our country is valued and paid fairly. That is what is paying for this budget. And this has been touted as the centrepiece of National's so-called growth budget. It lost favour even before the government was released, that the Finance Minister was having to try and find new names for the budget, couldn't carry through with the charade of the growth budget, Monkia, that the Prime Minister had come up with. That was even too much for her to bear. So let's have a look at what lies at the heart of this so-called growth agenda for the government. This legislation that we've been debating is the first piece of that, does 3 things. It puts in place the investment boost, it makes changes to the KiwiSaver regime, and it makes changes to Best Start. Let's start with the investment boost. This is a $6 billion policy that the government has said it sits at the heart of what they want to achieve for New Zealand. Now, Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we've been very clear. We are not opposed to measures that will increase productivity. We just want some certainty about them. We want to know they've been fully evaluated. We want to know that if we're going to spend $6 billion and maybe counting, we'll get back to that, if we're spending that much money on lifting New Zealand's productivity, that it's the best use of $6 billion. Because $6 billion is no small change. But what we saw in the documentation with this legislation is it was only compared to cuts in the corporate tax rate. Now, I think anybody knows that there is more than one way to skin a cat and more than one way to lift a country's productivity. So the fact that we hadn't looked at all the options before $6 billion was spent. Let's be very clear what this policy is offering. It's 1% growth on GDP over 20 years. So let's be very clear of the extent of the ambition that this government has for the growth of the New Zealand economy. And furthermore, the documentation that came with this legislation did warn that of the wage growth that could accompany that, 1.5% over a 20-year period, that you couldn't be sure how much of that would actually accrue to workers. They also couldn't be sure how much of the growth benefits would actually accrue in New Zealand, given that this was a bill that was targeting foreign investment as well. So it's not even sure if New Zealanders are going to benefit by the economy and wages and growth growing by these small amounts over a 20-year period. But Madam Speaker, one of my real concerns about this measure is the lack of thought that this government has put into it. So much so that one of their own ministers had to come back to the House last night just to check that this was uncapped and it could apply to everything. Now, in the what we call the BFU, the Budget Economic and Fiscal Update, it lists a fiscal risk, and that is this policy, the investment boost. Because this government, I think inadvertently, has made this policy so broad that nobody is sure how much it's going to cost. And we're not going to know until the first round of filings have done. Now, it is listed as a fiscal risk, but we in the last 24 hours have had some of the country's top tax experts coming out and warning about the fiscal risks to the government's books for the lack of work that this government had done around this piece of legislation. When Shane Jones couldn't believe his luck that he had to come back and check with ministers before he confirmed to media, because he couldn't even imagine that his government would have left the country that exposed with that big a blank cheque that had been out there. But Mr Speaker, he did seem pleased to think that this was the return to Muldoonism that New Zealand First has always been after. Now let's have a look at the other measures in this bill and why Labour cannot support it. If we have a look at the changes to the KiwiSaver regime, now, Madam Speaker, we freely agree that giving access to KiwiSaver for young people, for 16 and 17-year-olds, is a good thing. But what we cannot support and will not support is the cuts to the government contribution. This is halving the amount that the government puts in. We've heard all kinds of nonsense from government members that people are going to end up with more. They're going to end up with more because it's their own savings, but what they are missing out on is the government partnering with them on that. Now, Madam Speaker, if we add up and compound what someone who is 18 or 20 years old at the moment, what they're going to miss out on by the time they retire, it's $66,000 that they would have otherwise had in their KiwiSaver account had the government contribution remained in place. Let's look at that for a 30-year-old, and it's $30,000 that they're missing out on had the government contribution stayed in place. Madam Speaker, we do have concerns that this is going to mean that young people are missing out, and this is needed. Now, let's also have a look at the changes to Best Start. And I think some of the things that the government hasn't addressed, this is a bill that has gone through urgency. We're on to the third reading. It's 24 hours since the country learned about it. But what is going to happen to the marginal effective tax rates? We get some clues to this within the documentation with the legislation that actually is going to raise the effective marginal tax rate of 9,000 people. In New Zealand, who are these people? Who are the people whose tax is going to increase? What are the distributional impacts of that, and how is that going to occur? What we do know is that these changes are going to mean that there are thousands of families who are going to be $43 a week worse off. Now, Madam Speaker, we've had the government tell us, but some families will be $7 a week better off. That's $7 a week, Madam Speaker. As it's been pointed out multiple times, not even enough for a block of butter. But, Madam Speaker, let's put that $7 gain against what could have occurred if pay equity funding had not been cut, and that we had paid fairly our hospice nurses, our plunket nurses, our care and support workers, the very people's pay that is being cut in order to pay for this government's budget. So if you want to talk about relieving cost of living, about making lives better for working people and working families in New Zealand, then do not cut $3 billion a year that was destined to increase the wages of people, because that is what is paying for this budget. That is what lies at the heart of it, and why Labour will not and cannot support this piece of legislation. We're into the third reading. I would like to see a government minister take to their feet and tell us how they're going to protect New Zealand against what I think could be an inadvertent door that has been left open for a massive blank cheque for the New Zealand taxpayer. How are we going to ensure that even more cuts aren't going to be required to pick up the tab for this? Because the risks are there, they have been signalled, but the government will not respond to it. It is their job, it is their responsibility. But, Madam Speaker, this is a budget that really has been about a government showing its priorities, showing its choices, and showing where it puts worth. And what it has told the women of New Zealand is they are worthless. That is what this budget tells them. For the women of New Zealand, this will go down in history as the worthless budget.
Ryan Hamilton.
Oh, Madam Speaker, it's so good, it's so exciting. Well, I've just had to remind some of my colleagues to silence their phones because they are off the hook. We're hearing from tradies and business owners. It's just such good news about this the 20% depreciation. And apparently it can even work for earthquake strengthening. My colleague here, Carl Bates, has just had a text message from a manufacturer saying they can now invest an extra $500,000 this year because of the incentive. It's so good. It's so good, Madam Speaker. And we know now that I just saw Shamil from Simplicity KiwiSaver say contributions will increase by $1,014 per annum because increased contributions more than offset subsidy reductions.
Madam Speaker.
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is the centrepiece of a budget that is being paid for by women and young people. And listening to the committee stage over the last 2 days, I have real regret that the Taxation Principles Bill that was repealed last year wasn't in play, where we could have had a proper analysis of some of the equity impacts of the bill, including things like vertical and horizontal equity. But no, this government doesn't like transparency around taxation, and instead they have tabled a bill that purports to lift capital investment, increase productivity and facilitate economic growth, and then has a bunch of cuts paid for by women. But let's look at what the bill is saying it purports to do, Madam Speaker, because the partial deductions, first of all, are made on an assumption of increased productivity. They are deemed to be, we heard, I think the Minister said, a feeling that it was about right at 20%. And we have not seen the cost-benefit analysis of that. We have quite rightly interrogated what the blowout would be if there is going to be a huge capital investment, and yet also the absolute lack of ambition from this government to say that it is going to increase productivity by 1% over 20 years. There is also, as was the point that was made by Honourable Damien O'Connor about the massive leap of faith that a capital investment was going to lead to increased productivity. And we did not see any value for money comparators. For example, what would the similar amount of investment have done if it was put into people, into training, into keeping young people, into training and tertiary institutes, or into upskilling? None of that comparative was made because we did not see the evidence of it. Then we look at there was just a very brief analysis and actually quite a flawed process in my view, with all due respect, Madam Speaker, where we did not get to ask questions in some of the sections. For example, why commercial buildings qualify for the partial deduction and what would happen for Airbnb units and so on. We did not even get to pose those questions before amendments were voted on. Then we turn to the Best Start deductions and means testing, which is effectively going to put 61,000 families back by $43 a week. Now, let's be clear, Madam Speaker, that for a family with 2 adults working full-time and on the minimum wage, they will no longer be eligible according to the calculations. So that is quite a horrendous shift. And when we think about the first 2,000 days, the excellent work that's been done by the University of Otago near my electorate, on the value of investing in children, that doesn't make sense. Also, when we consider that what the bill could have done was increase incomes for family or recognise frontline social service providers, it could have invested in early prevention and early investment. When we consider that New Zealand is number 32 out of 36 wealthy countries when it comes to the child wellbeing statistics, which is nothing to be proud of, and that a third, 27% of our children go hungry. And the Ministry of Social Development's own research shows a strong correlation between this payment and attendance at school, something that this government sees it as committed to and is putting extra money to in another part of the budget. It simply doesn't add up. And finally, Madam Speaker, when we look at KiwiSaver, once again, 66,000 young people will have less for their retirement. The Retirement Commissioner has queried the equity of it, and in fact, I would like to quote from something she said this morning. I would at least like to have seen some of the savings from reducing government contributions be applied to securing those groups where we see the widest retirement gaps. And she is talking about low-income earners, Māori, Pacific, women, and people who are marginalised. So none of the savings from that will go to them. Instead, what we're hearing is that there will be a kind of lidless ability for big business, mining, farmers and others to be able to get a partial deduction, once again paid for on the backs of women. We saw some really tricky things around being able to even access an ability to stay at the 3% mark for those who would like to. Clearly, the government doesn't care about working people. I do not commend it.
Time has expired, and before I take the next call, can I just ask members to my right, if they want to have a full volume conversation, please take it out into the lobby. Dan Bidwell.
Madam Speaker, in summary, what have we learned from this debate? This is great policy.
Yeah, that's it.
Investment boosts, KiwiSaver. Jointly, this will make a difference to New Zealand's productivity, economic growth and savings challenges.
That's right.
It's such great policy, Madam Speaker, that Labor love it.
Yeah.
Barbara Edmund loves it.
That's right.
Deborah Russell loves it. And Megan Woods loves it. The public love this policy, but yet, Madam Speaker, they're going to vote against it.
Yes.
We are focused on what matters to Kiwis. We're focused on growth. I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Madam Speaker, let's call this budget for what it is. It's a slap in the face for working Kiwis. It's a budget written by a Minister of Finance and a government that are out of touch with everyday Kiwis. It isn't economic leadership, it's political cowardice, and it's self-serving and it's short-sighted. Every line of this budget shows who this government is really working for, and it's not working Kiwis. This government campaigned hard on the cost of living crisis, and the number one issue still for New Zealanders is cost of living. And there is absolutely nothing in this budget to help Kiwis struggling to put food on the table and pay their weekly bills. That's the most glaring betrayal in this budget, is the complete failure to address the cost of living crisis. And that is why this budget has not been well received by the people of New Zealand. Groceries, rent, electricity, rates, everything is going up. And there is nothing in this budget to help alleviate that pain being felt every day in New Zealand. What did this budget give them? Let's take a look. $7 a week. $7 a week. That's to help 142,000 families. That's the flagship in this budget to households under pressure. Let's be honest, it's not even going to cover butter or cheese, anything substantial. But do you think those members opposite have even thought of that? How far $7 is going to go for the average New Zealander? And while families get $7, businesses are able to claim $6.6 billion in tax write-ups. This government is showing exactly who it values, and it is not the working families of New Zealand. Best start, let's take a look at that. If you thought the first part was cruel, take a look at what is being done to new parents. The Best Start payment was to support families with newborn babies, and that is now being cut back by getting income tested in this legislation today. For families earning a combined income of above $97,000, they no longer get that. That's not wealth. We're talking about two average incomes, two teachers, two nurses, a tradie and a retail worker. Those people no longer get help with affording nappies, formula and extra expenses when you have a newborn baby. Tough luck, you're on your own, is what this government is saying to those people earning that amount. And in the same breath, this budget has delivered $15 million in additional funding for private schools. KiwiSaver, let's have a look at that, because what the government done is not just short-sighted, it is shameful. The government's contribution to KiwiSaver is being slashed in half. And as we've heard, that has an impact of $66,000 at the end of line for an 18-year-old today, or $30,000 less at retirement for a 30-year-old after they retire. Let's be clear, that's not an accounting change, it's a direct attack on working people's retirement. It is those people that are doing it even tougher under this government by doing that to KiwiSaver, and further to means testing KiwiSaver as well. Working for families, 61,000 people no longer entitled to working for families under this budget, which is meant to help with cost of living. What happened to the catch cry of the squeezed middle that were going to be helped out by this government? They went really hard out by saying the squeezed middle needs some extra assistance. Well, the squeezed middle just got squeezed right out on this budget. They're not getting any assistance with the change of those KiwiSaver levels. Already around the numbers of people withdrawing their KiwiSaver due to hardship. We've seen record numbers over the last few months of people drawing down their KiwiSaver because they can't afford to make the personal contributions. Well, by decreasing the government contribution and increasing the personal contribution, that just makes it even more likely that New Zealanders will be put under strain and be required to withdraw their KiwiSaver due to hardship, which makes it even harder down the line for New Zealanders to be able to retire comfortably. This is a short-sighted budget that does not consider the long-term impacts to hard-working Kiwi families who are just trying to get by. It is a raid on the future of every New Zealander who's doing the right thing, saving a little every payday and hoping they'll be able to retire with some dignity. It puts that dream even further out of reach. Investment boost, let's take a look at that. We've had some good analysis come through on that. Treasury analysts have had a look and said that GDP at $6 billion cost, GDP increasing productivity, great, but will it really do it? 1% growth in GDP over 20 years. That's crazy, 1% over 20 years. And a 1.5% increase in wages, and we don't even know if that's going to go to workers or not. And then on top of that, as we've had the opportunity to take a little bit of a look at the documents, BIFU has it listed as a clear fiscal risk because there is no idea on what the cap is. In fact, we have the Minister of Finance not knowing what the actual cap is. Shane Jones didn't know what the cap was, and he had to come back downstairs and figure out what was going on last night. And so we have with all New Zealanders, say 500,000 plus small businesses, if each of them made, say, a $10,000 claim under this scheme, an investment in computer or machinery or hardware, that pretty much blows the scheme. That's the whole scheme gone, let alone if you've got a couple of $1 billion oil rigs or commercial developments swallow up most of the money. So there is, it's noted as a fiscal risk because there is no cap on it. The Minister and Inland Revenue on top of this are yet to decide whether earthquake remediation to existing commercial buildings will be included or not. We don't even know that. So all of those buildings that need earthquake remediation, we still don't know whether they're eligible for this investment boost for that work to be done. Looking forward to seeing if that will happen, and if it does, that's $1.7 billion of that money swallowed up. Now we've taken a look at that, let's take a look at what's happening with the overall view of what it means for the future of New Zealand. It really provides no hope, Madam Speaker, because it provides no vision of where we're heading as a nation. What we've been told is this is efficiency and this is fiscal discipline when we all know what it is. It's austerity. It's a budget that's not just out of touch, it's designed to make people give up. Give up on saving, give up on getting ahead, and give up on the idea that this government might actually be on their side, when quite clearly it's not. And the worst part of this, Madam Speaker, is the spin that we see put on it. Nicola Willis can stand up and claim that families are going to be better off after no meaningful relief, no protection for savers, no support for parents, and taking money off women. That's what this budget is going to go down for. Mr. Speaker, you show me one family that got the one family that got the $250 they were promised in the last budget. Just one, because there is not one family that this government can show what their last promise delivered. Even the Finance Minister can't show that there's one, because behind the spin, behind the slogans, there's nothing for Kiwis in this budget, just like the previous one. This budget is a disaster for working people, and Labor will oppose it at every stage of the way. We believe that budgets should be about building up, not tearing down. This government has chosen to balance the books off the backs of working women, young people and working families. They've taken the future earnings away from hard-working people. They've cut the KiwiSaver contribution, they've means-tested KiwiSaver, they've means-tested Best Start, they've cut $61,000 from receiving working for families, but New Zealanders can see through it. And we will make sure that they don't forget this. We will stand with working people and we will oppose this budget at every step of the way, because it will be remembered as the inequality budget that took money away from working New Zealand women and put it into places that drove no productivity whatsoever, Madam Speaker.
Nancy Liu.
Madam Speaker, as the final government MP to stand in support of this bill, let's put it on record what New Zealanders really think. Oppositions, listen up. On record today, Dunedin manufacturers call this tax deduction a great step forward. Business New Zealand says investment boost will drive capital upgrades.
That's right.
EMA says it boosts productivity and puts more in workers' pockets. Business Desk says Minister of Finance Nicola Willis has just gave recession-weary businesses the green light to invest. And there is more. There is more on KiwiSaver. The Retirement Commission says change could make savings last 30% longer. Radio New Zealand reports 80% of the KiwiSaver contributors will benefit. Pi funds call it a game changer for retirement. So let's be clear. Opposition is voting no to business growth. Opposition is voting no to more retirement savings. But Madam Speaker, this government is backing business, backing savers, building a stronger economy for all New Zealanders. So Madam Speaker, let's make it law.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand. ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
O ngā pōti kore I whakai.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to.
Taxation Budget Measures Bill number 2, third reading.
I call on Government Order of the Day number 34.
Regulatory Standards Bill, first reading.
The Honourable David Seymour.
I present a legislative statement on the Regulatory Standards Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Regulatory Standards Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Finance and Expenditure Committee to consider the bill, and at the appropriate time I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 23 December 2025. Madam Speaker, I'm extremely excited to introduce the Regulatory Standards Bill to this House. This bill is a crucial piece of legislation for improving the long-term quality of regulation in our country and ultimately allowing New Zealanders to live longer, happier, healthier and wealthier lives. But the left, the political left, have got themselves in quite a lather about the Regulatory Standards Bill. the hard left Auckland law professor Jane Kelsey helpfully explained that the bill is, quote, basically about the protection of private property and wealth, end quote. Well, Jane, now you're catching on. Funnily enough, she seemed to think that her comments were a criticism. And judging by some of the commentary I've heard from the other side of the House, I'm not sure that they know what's in the bill, but thankfully my job is to explain it. In a nutshell, if red tape and regulation is holding New Zealand back because politicians find it politically rewarding to tie them in red tape, then we need to make regulating less rewarding for politicians by putting more sunlight on their activities. That is how the Regulatory Standards Bill will help New Zealand get its mojo back. This bill turns the explanation from politicians, because we said so, into because here is the justification according to a set of principles. And to the rest of my colleagues across the House, if you want to tax someone, take their property, restrict their livelihood, you can, but you'll actually have to show why it's in the public interest. The bill demands you show you're working. It aims to reduce the amount of unnecessary poor quality regulation by setting a clear standard for what good regulation should look like through a set of principles in primary legislation. And those principles of responsible regulation focus on the effect that legislation has on rights and liberties, as well as establishing processes for good lawmaking. In setting the standards this way, the bill seeks to bring the same level of discipline to regulating, that is, placing restrictions on the use and exchange of private property, as the Public Finance brings to public spending, or the Reserve Bank Act brings to monetary policy, with the Ministry for Regulation playing a role akin to that of the Treasury. We have a Public Finance Act to protect the taxpayer, and I guess you could say that this Act is to protect the citizen. The need for this bill should be clear from the way New Zealanders are expected to comply with regulations when going about their work and everyday life. Those regulations should be clear if we are going to be able to produce more in the time that we each have on earth. This bill will codify the principles of good regulatory practice for existing and future regulations, with some exclusions. The principles are focused on the effect of legislation on existing interests and liberties, the rule of law, liberties, the taking of property, taxes, fees and levies, the role of courts and good lawmaking processes, including consultation, problem definition and cost-benefit analysis. In essence, there are key questions lawmakers will need to have answers to when progressing regulation. What problem are we trying to solve? What are the costs and benefits, and who pays those costs and gets those benefits? What restrictions are being placed on the use and exchange of private property? And when regulation does not meet those standards, it's reasonable for the public to expect lawmakers to be transparent about that fact. And for the bill to have an impact on the overall quality of regulation, it won't be enough for agencies to simply say that they have considered the principles. If that was the case, the regulatory impact statements and LDAC and select committees would have solved the problem by now. This bill is necessary because instead it will require agencies to publicly confirm that the legislation and its processes for developing it have been reviewed for consistency with the principles and summarise any inconsistencies with the principles, and the results of this assessment will need to be published in a consistency accountability statement that is required by the law. And where an inconsistency is identified, the bill requires a statement from the responsible minister to explain why they believe that their purpose justifies breaching the normal rules. Now, I want to be clear that this will not prevent lawmakers from making or retaining legislation inconsistent with the principles. Parliament will remain sovereign. It can pass whatever laws it chooses. We're not changing that. But nor will it prevent secondary legislation being made if it's inconsistent with the principles. That can continue. There's no statutory requirement for inconsistencies to be changed. The law doesn't grant any specific rights to anybody. The discretion will remain with the responsible elected minister. And there may well be justifications the public accept that there can be good policy reasons for inconsistencies. But What it will do is raise the amount of scrutiny and the political cost of being that person making bad laws inconsistent with the principles. Because the default setting of governments for too long has been regulate first, ask questions later. And this bill is designed to reset that culture of lawmaking. It insists on questions being asked and answered before rules are imposed, about the impact, about the cost, about the necessity, because good intentions aren't good enough for this country of ours. If members of the public believe legislation is inconsistent with the principles, they'll have the ability to raise those concerns with a regulatory standards board. The board will be made up of individuals who have the appropriate knowledge, skills and experience appointed by the Minister for Regulation, and that board will be able to independently consider the consistency of proposed and existing legislation in response to stakeholder concerns at the request of the Minister for Regulation or on its own accord. The board will be able to make non-binding recommendations to the Minister responsible for the legislation, or in the case of a bill, to the relevant select committee. All of this will improve the accountability and transparency of our democracy when laws are being made that affect people's rights. And the findings, reasons for any inconsistency in relevant documents will be made publicly available. Finally, the bill will also increase regulatory quality by supporting the Ministry for Regulation and its oversight role, by allowing it to request information on in aid of system of regulatory sector reviews, and also to report on the overall regulatory management system. So we make it a norm to stand up for people's rights, to go about their business and get things done without being needlessly tied up in red tape. Mr. Speaker, at the heart of this law is a desire for New Zealand to get its mojo back by changing the incentives for politicians so that we don't have the kind of red tape and regulation that is holding us back in 3 different ways. Number one, Mr. Speaker, it adds too much cost to the things that people would like to do. Too often we have builders saying it takes me twice as long to build the thing, to get permission to build the thing, as actually build it. We get educators who say, all I wanted to do was unleash the creativity and potential of young minds, and all I actually do is fill out papers for the Ministry of Education. We get people in finance who say we spend more time asking what sort of cat food do you buy than they do actually helping people achieve financial independence, which is what they went into business for. Too often those costs make life more expensive than it needs to be, and that is part of the reason we have a cost of living crisis, which is really a productivity crisis. But then there are the things that don't happen at all. And the reason that they don't happen is because people have been burned too many times by the expensive regulatory costs that they've seen in other activities. I talk to people who've developed properties for 30 years. They say, people come to me with propositions now and I just say no because it's too hard. It's the things that don't go ahead that have left, among other things, a generation of young New Zealanders feeling they have no pathway to owning their own part of a property-owning democracy. And finally, Mr. Speaker, all of that accumulated red tape and burden is seriously affecting our culture. And I often tell the story of the climbing walls, where I understand Sir Edmund Hillary first learned to climb in the Epsom electorate. Today they are walled off with a sign saying, do not climb. Our regulatory culture is not just adding cost to things we do and stopping us from doing things that might have otherwise given people a more affordable, happier life. It's actually dulling our culture to the point that I'm not sure we could any longer produce a Hillary, because it is killing the can-do Kiwi attitude and the number 8 wire dream that we like to see in ourselves. Madam Speaker, for all of these reasons, I commend this bill to the House, and I hope it will be a great piece of New Zealand's infrastructure so we can all live better lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb. Point of order, Mararamino Kapaki.
Madam Speaker, I raise this point of order under Standing Order 269. I'm concerned that the departmental disclosure statement for this bill has failed the transparency test under Standing Order 269. They did not properly consider the ways that this bill undermines the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, aka UNDRIP. UNDRIP is an international agreement of which Aotearoa is still a party to, and the bill we are discussing today would raise the ex-party's...
This is not a point of order. This is a debating point, and I suggest that you use this in your allocated time slot.
So it's not a point of order, sorry, Minister Speaker.
I'm not taking it as a point of order. It's a debating point. Thank you. I think I've just dealt with the matter. Apologies, Honourable Dr Duncan Webb, would you like to start again?
Kia ora, Te Mana Whakawā. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Debbie.
Heard the Minister to my left, David Seymour, call a member of Te Pāti Māori an idiot. I ask that you ask him to apologise and withdraw.
I didn't hear the comment. I was busy.
For the point of order?
Excuse me, I'm speaking. I was speaking to a member on my left. If that is the case, then I invite the member to give his opinion about that.
Madam Speaker, I think it's rather rich for Te Pāti Māori.
What I'm asking is, was that comment made?
Oh, was it made? Not towards Te Pāti Māori, just to anyone in the area.
It's a bit frivolous. Look, let's settle it down. I've already called Honourable Dr Duncan Webb a couple of times, so apologies, Mr Webb. Point of order, Ricardo Menendez-March.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I ask that you actually treat this seriously. The words that I heard myself were, "You are an idiot." So, it cannot, be a generalised statement when the words being used include a you towards a very specific individual.
And I made it clear, I did not hear the comment. I have asked the member what he actually said. He's given us his feedback. In this House, we have to take members at their word, and so, and I'm speaking, and so that is as far as I'm concerned, that is the end of that. Fourth time lucky, Mr Webb.
Oh, and lucky, well, it's not really lucky, because this bill is an exercise in vanity. It's wasteful and it's unnecessary. The irony of this government bringing a bill about good lawmaking principles and process when only last week they were rushing through covertly pay equity legislation which stripped hundreds of thousands of women of rights, of claims that were in process it does not escape me. It's absolutely shameful. And what does this bill say? What are the values that underpin this bill? What are the values that David Seymour wants to bake in to our Constitution as if it was the Public Finance Act? Property, individual rights, freedoms, equality, limited levies and taxation, costs and benefits. Just one thing, there is no cost-benefit analysis of this bill. The stupidity of a bill pitching for costs and benefits when it can't prove its own cost or benefit is just outrageous. So that's what the bill says. What doesn't it say? What's the bill silent on? What about our fundamental constitutional principles and values? Does it mention the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act? No. Does it mention the Treaty of Waitangi? No. It's entirely silent on whether a good lawmaking process is consistent with the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. Does it mention privacy? No. Does it mention discrimination against minorities? No. Does it mention international obligations? No. So it is a cherry-picked right-wing neoliberal agenda that we have in front of us. And then what do we have? David Seymour gets to pick a handful of his mates to be on the Regulatory Standards Board, a board that will consume $18 million a year for nothing. A little personal coterie of appointed clipboard-holding bureaucrats. To do what? To do nothing that isn't already being done.
That's right.
This, of course, we already have the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee. a committee which has a huge amount of detail as to what good lawmaking is. It provides much more balanced guidance than a few little principles of David Seymour's. So basically, what does the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee do? What does it say about appointing a board? Well, it says this about appointing a board. A new public body should be created only if no existing body possesses the appropriate governance arrangements or is capable of properly performing necessary functions. Do we need a statutory board to do this? That's basically what it says. Don't go making boards when you don't need them. So once again, we've got a good principle there from the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee, but David Seymour says, no, I want my own personal board. Right. My board that actually also not even independent. The legislation as it stands says that the board is accountable to David Seymour, appointed by the Minister and accountable to the Minister. So it's David Seymour's little pet organisation. It is wasteful, it's duplicative, it's bureaucratic, it's tainted with neoliberal ideology. But here's another thing. In clause 24 of the bill, it says this: this Act does not confer a legal right or impose a legal obligation on any person that is enforceable in a court of law. Do you know what that actually means? That means we're spending all our time passing a law which isn't a law. That's right. It doesn't create any legal obligations. It is an utter waste of time. All it is an exercise in flag waving. And it's a neoliberal little flag that's being waved. But probably the most offensive thing about this bill is not that it seeks to promote some of those neoliberal ideologies, but it's the fact that it is yet again an attack on Māori. Because once again, we have a founding constitutional document, Te Treaty o Waitangi, which sets out the partnership between Māori and the Crown. And this, in this place, this lawmaking function is an exercise of the Crown's powers. The idea that in doing it we shouldn't turn and look and say, does this meet our obligations under the treaty, is absolutely shameful. And as the Waitangi Tribunal has said, this should not proceed. A bill of this nature, in this form, should not proceed. And of course, once again, it's bad lawmaking. The legislation says, consult with affected parties appropriately. Was there targeted consultation with Māori, with iwi, with urban authorities? No, there was not. There was not. And what's worse, the pre-introduction consultation that occurred, how did they read the submissions? With a bot. With a bot. And I'm not talking about David Seymour. I'm talking about genuine an AI program. They didn't even read the 23,000 submissions. Why? Because they're not interested. They're not actually interested in the fact that over 90% of those people said, this is a very bad idea. Right. Bad in so very many ways. So they swept them aside, and David Seymour had the temerity to say there was no really good ideas in there. You know, he didn't even read them. No one in the Ministry for Regulation read them. They ran them through a computer. And that is particularly shameful because he comes forward as if he's some kind of defender of democracy, and yet when people actually want to participate in the democratic process, he's not interested. Because if they don't repeat his ideas, if they don't reflect his values, then they're left-wing crazies. Well, you know what? This is a bill which would increase the inequity in our society. Right. It entrenches property rights as essentially the centrepiece of that government. And if you do that, you're going to make the rich richer and the poor poorer. Nowhere in there did I see anything about well-being, about social cohesion, about what the effects on our society would be, about equitable outcomes for everyone, about addressing the inequalities which exist in our society. Those are the principles that I bring to this House when I think what good lawmaking is, not simply protecting property rights, not compensating people at every turn. Essentially, those rules, the idea that you can't impair a property right would have stopped us fencing swimming pools. Because you got to compensate them because that's an impairment. That's right. You couldn't require landlords to have healthy homes because it's an impairment on a property right. This kind of, don't limit the free exchange of property is absolute bunkum. It is simply entrenching inequality that exists in our community already. And the idea that this is going to cost $18 million a year to administer when we already have the Attorney General doing Attorney General's reports through the Crown Law Office, the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee. He's already got his own pet ministry, which is supposed to be doing this work through regulatory impact statements and helping with departmental disclosure statements as well. There is a raft of effective tools out there already, but he doesn't want to spend his time making sure that those are done. Of course, the irony is this: there are all those tools out there, but he doesn't use them himself. His own legislation doesn't use them. Look at the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill and look at the poor regulatory impact statement there. Look at the poor process that was embarked on there. He can't meet his own standards of good regulatory quality. So it is ridiculous, and he says one thing and he does another. The bill is a waste of time, it's duplicative and it's vain.
Yeah, great speech.
Honourable Marama Davidson.
Madam Speaker, by his own admission, the Minister in charge of this bill puts forward that this is a culture reset. And what I have to say here today is, Mr. Speaker, this bill is not who we are as a country. When it comes to te tiriti, well, we saw the multitudes turn out here and around the country time and time again to say toi tu te tiriti. When it comes to protecting Papatua Nuku, our people across all corners of this beautiful country cherish her. When it comes to caring for each other, our people show up for each other when we see others doing it tough. It is these values of manaaki and justice and creating an Aotearoa that our mokopuna deserve that hold us together now and point to where else we need to go. We believe in public good. Yep. So, Mr. Speaker, the Green Party is strongly opposed to this regulatory standards bill because it flies in the face of everything that is good and right on this whenua we call home. Now, this bill is one of the most dangerous pieces of legislation that this House has seen. Madam Speaker, it seeks to destroy the very foundation of who we are. It seeks to remove te tiriti o Waitangi from lawmaking. This bill would penalise governments by way of government payouts if corporations' property is impacted by any rules, including those designed to safeguard nature and people. It would put private property above protecting the environment or public safety or Indigenous rights, and it is the ideological push of a minor party with a leader who we've just seen this morning is quite triggered by brown women in this House, with a PM unable to show true leadership against such a threat. Once again, we have a Prime Minister unable to uphold the fabric of our country. Once again, we have a Prime Minister neglecting his duty of care for the safety and well-being of the people and our living systems. This guise behind this bill, the pretend rationale, is to improve lawmaking, which is, like this government's budget, BS. BS. Madam Speaker, this country already has a robust check in place for lawmaking. It has existed for decades and is considered actually one of the best checks in the world when it comes to partisan lawmaking that aligns with our founding values. It is dangerous for this government to be overriding the non-partisan nature and the already well-established norms of good lawmaking through what is called the Legislative Design and Advisory Committee, LDAC. We have talked in this House already. We've got something. It has been working for a long time. We do not need this bill. It is not solving a problem. It is pushing an ideological culture reset, one that is not us. Now, one could ask, how do we know what our country values when it comes to lawmaking? Well, history has seen this bill's predecessors defeated 3 times already over the past couple of decades. Defeated because it was always clear to the masses that this bill rips apart who we are. It has failed every time so far because the legal consequences of this are nasty. This bill would put our country into a stranglehold, and I use the term purposefully because this is legislative, constitutional and political violence in favour of benefiting corporations and the uber wealthy few. So, Madam Speaker, what I'm trying to make clear here is that this bill has failed 3 times already because no one was careless enough to let it through. Elected representatives time after time after time were smart enough to stop it. So to our Prime Minister, let me be clear, is this really the mould, the legacy that our Prime Minister wants to leave? Finally, someone careless enough to let this bill through. A PM who sought power at the cost of our nation's constitutional heart. Wow, it is not too late for the PM to save his reputation from this. This scenario has the vibes and visions of countless leaders who were able to protect this Parliament from this sort of legislation until this current Prime Minister. There is still time. There is still time for him to stand against the evil of this legislation. And Madam Speaker, I am really proud instead that the Greens continue to offer the direction for where our country needs to be pointing, for upholding the very things that we value the most, that our people all across the country are very clear. We care for each other. We care for mokopuna. We can have a different system that stops upholding the rights of the few, and I'm proud of the Green Party for what we offer and for voting against the Regulatory Standards Bill. Thank you.
Cameron Brewer.
Madam Speaker, very happy to support this first reading of the Regulatory Standards Bill and for it going off to Finance and Expenditure Committee for submissions and for the scrutinisation of submissions. I just want to correct one thing, Madam Speaker, and it's been the perception over here is it's something that David Seymour's come up with overnight and on the back of an envelope. But as one of his previous press releases acknowledged, the long work put together goes right back to the Association of Consumers and Taxpayers. It goes right back to Dr. Bryce Wilkinson's book, which laid the groundwork constraining government regulation. It goes right back to the Regulatory Responsibility Task Force that refined this very bill back in 2009. It's got a very long and considered history. And so I congratulate the Minister. We look forward to the submissions and I commend the first reading.
The Honourable Casey Costello.
I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak also in support of the Regulatory Standards Bill first reading. As has been said, this is part of a process of reviewing regulation as it impacts, and we all know there are regulations that impact every aspect of our lives, every aspect of business. This is something that is an important process that has been long time in the making and development, and we look forward to the process of the Select Committee and scrutinising the work that will be undertaken on this bill, and therefore New Zealand First support the Regulatory Standards Bill. Thank you.
Koe te pika.
I call Debbie Ngāriwa-Paka.
Kia ora. You would be not a fool of us to actually listen to the Minister speak to this bill. I think he was speaking to something else, because not once did he mention treaty. And let me be really clear to our whānau out there, that was on purpose. What we could be doing is spending my whole 5 minutes speaking to the side here. Actually, I'm not going to. I'm going to remind ourselves what we're going through. The Treaty Principles Bill tried to rewrite the treaty principles. This bill is actually trying to replace them, but worse. Over here, I'm trying to learn not to point, we have a government, national-led government, that is going to support it. Luxon and National are happy to vote against the Treaty Principles Bill, but wait, whānau, they are in staunch support of this one. Why?
Point of order, the Honourable Casey Costello. Madam Speaker, I've just raised the point that has been raised several times on the opposite side of the House, referring to a member of this House by their surname only as disrespectful.
Speaking to the point of order, Honourable David Seymour.
Fresh point of order. Further, that the member who recently resumed her seat also said that my earlier comments were deliberately intended to be targeted at Te Pāti Māori. I've told the House that they weren't, and she's got an obligation to take me at my word. Now, to accuse a minister of misleading the House is disorderly, and she should withdraw and apologise, unless, of course, she genuinely believes it could only have been directed at them.
Thank you. That's not relevant. Debbie Ngāriwa-Paka, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So what we have here, whānau mā, because that's who I'm talking to, just to explain what we're going through, we have National, again, Prime Minister Luxon, who has supported and will continue to support this bill. And the reason why, if you look through the whole 37 pages, which I encourage that you don't, the silence on the impact for Te Tiriti is on purpose. The bill promotes equal treatment before the law, but it opens the door for government to attack every Māori equity initiative. It weaponises future governments to challenge treaty-focused laws. It refers to individual rights over collective rights of tino rangatiratanga. It deliberately cuts through who we are as people. And the reason why we need to be questioning the national government, because remember they polled their absolutely worst during the Treaty Principles Bills, is that we have, again, the denial and I know they've been calling it Trojan horse, but I actually think it's more sneakier. We've got a party that is setting out to make sure that they use this as part of the deregulation agenda to increase the corporate exploitation of Aotearoa. It is really simple. There's nothing else to explain about this bill. What we have, and sadly, is a Prime Minister and national-led government who struggles to understand what Te Tiriti o Waitangi means, what the opportunities for Aotearoa's future means, and in fact has relegated economic desperation and economic development reliant on taking Te Tiriti o Waitangi out of the game. And I think we need to also be saying to our people and remind them, whānau mā, how many times do we have to show them what we're made of? 8% supported the Treaty Principles Bill. 8%. 300,000 plus submitted. We actually broke the system. The computer systems that actually sit there and work around the select committees couldn't handle the influx of us. So the Treaty Principles Bill was just a warm-up. Don't get discouraged by what this is about. Remember, the difference is we have a national government, a national party, a national-led government, a Prime Minister that is supporting what ACT are saying. And we need to focus on that, whānau mā. When you get up there, and I know you're so great at submissions, when you get up there and you get our kohanga mobilised, our kura mobilised, our marae mobilised, our communities mobilised, our rangatahi mobilised, our kaumātua mobilised, our tangata tiriti mobilised, remember that this is a government that is fighting against unions who are protecting women. They don't have a problem with te tiriti. This is a government that is taking off any type of tautoko for rangatahi. They don't have a problem with te tiriti. This is a government that is sitting there fighting non-Māori surfers, trying to fight against sipe mining. They don't have a problem with te tiriti. What we have is a government that has a problem with every other New Zealander that wants to live in peace, that lives in dignity and lives with pride, because we are a tiriti-centric nation. Unlike every other colonised country, Poor Island has spent 700 years getting out of that whole regime. Our Welsh whānau was their whole reo, our Scottish whānau. We are lucky because as the last of the nations colonised, we have te tiriti o Waitangi. And it is not something that we will give up easily. So whānau mā, you have a few months to mobilise and get ready to make sure that you understand what is at risk here.
The Speaker is not.
Sorry, I will, through the Speaker, and I will, those national MPs in your backyard whose government and whose leader is supporting this ridiculous, repugnant, revolting, anti-tiriti, anti-Māori, anti-diversity government.
Ryan Hamilton.
Oh, it'd be great to actually talk about the bill, Madam Speaker. Some critics have attacked this as being an ideological scheme to shrink the government. And on this side of the House, we actually don't think that's a bad idea. We believe in less government. So let's take this to Select Committee and see what we can do.
Madam Speaker.
I call the Honourable Willie Jackson.
Well, there you go. That's another example of how seriously the National treats this government. Clearly intimidated by the leader of the ACT Party, who runs the government, as we all know. I did say some time ago, Madam Speaker, that the leader of the ACT Party was the most dangerous politician in this country, and this bill is another example of that.
Can I get the member to refer to the bill?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for that reminder, Madam Speaker. But this is all about, as the Minister knows, this is all about the ACT philosophy. So absolutely denounce this vile piece of legislation. Support all the kōrero from Māori Party and Green Party, and of course our main man on it, Duncan Webb. Excellent. Absolutely on the mark. The Regulatory Standards Bill represents, Madam Speaker, a dangerous and threatening assault on the values of this country, opening up legislation, as everyone has pointed out, to corporate influence. Those are, just in simple terms, those are David Seymour's mates. It's a fringe libertarian perspective that gives private ownership, as he well knows, a level of distorted supremacy to trump Māori values, Māori concerns, environmental concerns, and community concerns. It's really sad that the Minister goes down this track. He likes to refer to his Māori background, but no one in his Māori background wants to refer to him. And they're not interested, Madam Speaker, in him at all. But he loves to quote his Māori background as it suits him, even though they want to throw him out of the tribe. Madam Speaker, the Waitangi Tribunal ruling that this extreme legislation be they ruled that it should be immediately halted was born from concern that it was so far-reaching in its power and so over the top in its agenda that there was every way that it was going to breach the treaty. Mr. Speaker, there's been no meaningful interaction with Māori, no meaningful debate with the wider public. I don't know why the Minister is scared to consult with Māori. Maybe he's scared of the response. I would imagine that's the case. No meaningful engagement with NGOs or academic critics. The Regulatory Standards Bill is another bad faith argument from Mr. Seymour, just like the Treaty Principles Referendum Bill was. This is Treaty Principles too, Mr. Speaker.
Or that they are arguing in bad faith, I believe are both out of order and not the kind of references that members should make in the House.
Just in a changeover of the chair at the time, so I didn't entirely get all that. But Mr. Jackson, you should refrain from referring to any member of the House in the terms that have been described by Mr. Seymour.
Oh, thank you for that Under Mr. Speaker, and I know that Mr. Seymour's very sensitive, so I will refrain from that. I will refrain from that, him being so sensitive about things.
No, just stop there. That's sort of like adding sort of, kind of a layer of insult, isn't it? And,
all right, I'll just continue with my speech.
You know I'm a very tolerant man when it comes to you, Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
So,
okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I was saying is this is treaty principles too. This is what our people are saying. This is what the brilliant Jane Kelsey, Mr. Speaker, the brilliant Jane Kelsey said. There's no real debate. There's no good faith engagement. Just another trick, Mr. Speaker, for ACT to slip past the public before the public know what is happening. The Tribunal's urgent hearing on the impacts of the Regulatory Standards Bill on treaty rights is so damning that the Tribunal has ordered it must be stopped immediately, as Mr. Seymour knows, as its creation would challenge the treaty in a dreadful way. The Tribunal found that the Crown has breached the treaty principles of partnership and active protection by failing to meaningfully consult with Māori before Cabinet made decisions. Mr. Speaker, the Regulatory Standards Bill is really a David Seymour right-wing fantasy, as we all know. It will allow corporations to put their property rights ahead of our human rights. It would allow polluters to pollute no matter the environmental cost. It would allow the wealthy to dictate to the community, and it would allow corporate interests into the very heart of our democracy. I just want to know why Mr. Seymour hates working together with Māoridom in our own country, yet he falls over himself to allow corporations and their property rights inside Parliament. Mr. Speaker, what the general public don't know is that it's going to cost $20 million. This is not a nation for corporate elites to dictate their property rights to us, the Parliament of the people, Mr. Speaker. The New Zealand First should be ashamed of supporting this bill. I thought Winston Peters would oppose it, but they support good law. But the Regulatory Standards Bill is another bad faith law promoted for the few, not for the many, and New Zealanders will not accept this managing of our democratic values, so private property rights are promoted over our common good. We are citizens, Mr. Speaker, not clients.
Nancy Lou.
This will be good.
Many New Zealanders have called for a regulatory responsibility law to help restrain the growth of unnecessary and poor quality regulations. So let's take it to the FEC Select Committee. Let's hear from the public. Let us scrutinise this bill. I support the first reading.
We're all ready. The Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard from the public on this bill. There was a consultation process at MB, a huge number of submissions received, and 0.33% supported this bill. We have heard already from the public on this bill. There is virtually no support for it. And despite that overwhelming rejection, that minister has had the gall to bring it to this House and to demand that this House spends their time on it, when a mere 0.33% of submissions supported it. What an exercise in vanity. Not only is it an exercise in vanity, ignoring what the public have already overwhelmingly said about this bill, the analysis says that it is simply not needed. Drafts of the bill, of the Cabinet paper, will circulate to other government agencies. And let me read from the regulatory impact statement about what those other agencies said about the bill. And it says, the main themes from the departmental feedback included some support for the broad objectives of the proposal, but a general preference for those to be achieved in other ways, such as strengthening regulatory impact analysis requirements or parliamentary mechanisms. And they said that this bill would just duplicate existing mechanisms. It was not going to add anything to what we do in this House, in this government, around regulatory equality. Yet another sign that this is just a vanity exercise. So let's look then at the content of the bill. Why are people rejecting it? Well, I toko what my colleagues have said around the Treaty of Waitangi and the extent to which Māori have simply been ignored in the drafting of this bill. It's astonishing. This bill wants to set up a system so that there can be a voice to Parliament, keeping a check on the regulations and on the reviews. We have that voice already. It's called the Waitangi Tribunal. That's what they do for us. And yet those people reject the Waitangi Tribunal, but they are a voice to Parliament, checking us and keeping us in check in terms of how we deal with our country. We have that coming through in our regulatory impact statements and the Legislative Design Council. We have these voices already. There's that kind of content in it. But then there's the underlying philosophy here. This is a bill which sees people only as individuals. Just as individuals. There seems to be no notion of society. And it's as individuals that we hold property and individuals that we react and interact with the government. But let me give an example, Mr. Speaker. We have magnificent kahikatea trees on our property at home. They are wonderful trees. Kahikatea grow in swamps and they have great spreading roots that hold the tree in the ground. The great spreading roots in our kahikatea trees, which we treasure, they are beautiful on our property, but they hold the hillside together for our neighbours as well. If we took those kahikatea trees out, the impact would not be just on us, and not just obviously on our flora and fauna, on the whole ecology around our home, but it would be on our neighbours too. We are not mere individuals. We exist in a society. We have a complex web of relationships, and this bill ignores that complex web of relationships and treats us just as individuals. Think of the kahikatea tree and what it brings to us as a neighbourhood, as a community. That is the sort of analysis we need to have. One final point, Mr. Speaker. This bill talks about not unduly diminishing a person's liberty. But what kind of liberty? Freedom from or freedom to? It's really important. Liberty is enabled by the things we do for each other, like a health system, like an education system. It is enabled by a welfare system which enables people to live the free choices. And it is a bit rich of that government to talk about liberty when they have people in it who want to box people into narrow little definitions of male and female, of women and men, when they will not allow people to be themselves, when they want to get Māori out of our parliament, when they will not recognise the importance of Māori. This is a thin, attenuated version of society and we should utterly reject it.
Dan Bidwell.
Mr. Speaker, most people would agree that regulation is important, but that regulation often does more harm than good. And one more important person, moral philosopher quoted in the 1700s, Adam Smith, the proposal of any new law or regulation of commerce ought always to be listened to with great precaution and ought never to be adopted until having been long and carefully examined. Mr. Speaker, it is with that scepticism that we support this bill in the House. And my message to the public is clear. Submit to the Finance and Select Committee. I look forward to hearing your submissions. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Opposed.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti kore I whakai.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. call on the Honourable David Seymour.
Speaker, I move that the Regulatory Standards Bill be considered by the Finance and Expenditure Committee.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. Those to the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I think that's it. I'll call on the Honourable Chris Pink.
Present a legislative statement on the Building and Construction, Small Standalone Dwellings Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliamentary website. The Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Building Small Standalone Dwellings Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Transport and Infrastructure Committee to consider the bill. At the appropriate time, I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 23 September 2025. The 23rd of September 2025. Mr. Speaker, I move that this bill be read a first time because, quite simply, it takes too long in this country to build anything. I'm proud to introduce the bill, therefore, on behalf of the Coalition Government because it meets a commitment in the National and New Zealand First Coalition Agreement to permit granny flats to be built without a building consent and also a resource consent besides, Mr. Speaker. But the subject of this discussion and debate is on the Building Amendment Bill. And before I talk to that bill and what it will achieve, I'd like to thank my New Zealand First colleagues for their consistent advocacy on this particular policy priority, as well as, of course, our colleagues and friends of the ACT Party for their equally consistent support of disproportionate red tape removal in the interest of a more productive building sector and society and economy more generally. Sir, it currently takes too long, as I've said, and too expensive, and by way of illustration, it is now 40% more expensive to build in this country than it had been in 2019, and it is 50% more costly to build a standalone house in this country than in Australia. Sir, Kiwis simply want to build a simple standalone dwelling on their properties without a building consent under the Building Act because, while providing independent oversight and assurance as to building quality, the consent process currently adds thousands of dollars to the cost of a build. We don't consider these costs to be proportionate, certainly relative to the benefits. Instead, we consider that lower risk building work is better managed through stronger occupational licensing regimes and liability settings. More on those on another day, sir. Removing regulatory barriers and taking a common sense approach to the consenting system is a critical part of increasing housing supply for Kiwis. Making it faster and, again, more affordable for granny flats, so-called, to be built will provide families with more housing options, particularly for grandparents, as the informal name would suggest, but also people with disabilities, young adults and workers in the rural sector, among others. We know that increasing housing availability also directly translates to lower living costs for our communities. So we received significant feedback on and support for these proposals through public consultation. To the nearly 2,000 New Zealanders who submitted on the bill last year, we have listened to your feedback. The changes proposed today deliver the outcomes you want while striking the right balance between enabling housing growth and managing risks. The terms of the proposal, sir, in this legislation, well, first it will now allow homeowners to build small standalone dwellings up to 70 square metres without a building consent, so long as they meet three core conditions. The first is that the building have a simple design, as will be defined, and meets the building code. I emphasise that the current requirements of the building code are not being undermined, are not being lowered. We are simply amending the way in which those can be verified as having been met. Second, building work is carried out or supervised by licensed building professionals. Third and final, homeowners must notify their local council before they commence building and once it's completed. To ensure that consent-exempt granny flats are indeed simple, lower-risk buildings, the bill provides that they must be new, standalone, single-storey dwellings of 70 square metres or less. To manage the risks associated with more complex building work, the bill also provides that granny flats must be built in accordance with a set of simple design specifications. For example, the dwelling must be constructed with lightweight materials for the roof and framing, and only contain simple plumbing and drainage systems. To allow for future amendments to these simple design specifications, the bill introduces a power to add, remove or amend simple design requirements by order in council. This will ensure that any technological advances in building methodologies can be enabled for consent-exempt granny flats, and that any unintended consequences can be addressed in a timely manner. We want that flexibility, sir, as well as obviously providing strong guidelines at the outset. So I'd also add that it's important that tradespeople who can build without a building consent have proven that they are skilled and competent and can be held to account when things go wrong. They must be responsible in the sense of the way that they conduct their work, but also able to respond in the event of failure. As such, the bill provides that all work associated with a consent-exempt granny flat must be carried out by authorised professionals. And to ensure that future owners, insurers and other interested parties can have confidence in the quality of the building work, the bill requires authorised professionals to provide records of work to homeowners for all work associated with a consent-exempt granny flat. Owners will be required to provide these to their local council, and this will provide a lasting record of what work was completed, who completed it and when. This clear and lasting record will provide confidence to insurers and lenders of what has been built, support any resale of the property and support the remediation of any defects that may arise in the future. On a related note, sir, I will point out that in order to ensure that homes are built that are suitable for construction or in locations that are suitable, along with the public utilities needed to support them, the bill provides that owners must notify the relevant council of their intention to build a granny flat by applying for a Project Information Memorandum, or PIM. I'll call it PIM from here on in, please, sir. This may also support councils to plan for and manage assets, including water and transportation services. The PIM is already something provided for in the Building Act, and many people who submitted on the proposed changes last year supported including the PIM in some form if the building consent exemption was to progress. Clearly it is progressing, sir. We've included it accordingly. To support owners in making fully informed decisions regarding their building work, the bill also requires councils to issue supplementary advice when issuing a PIM on whether, first, the proposed work is likely, unlikely or unclear as to whether it will meet the core conditions of the exemption. For example, the maximum floor area being limited to 70 square metres and the single storey requirement. Second, whether the construction of the dwelling is proposed to occur on land that is subject to a natural hazard. We do need that awareness, sir. Third, whether there are any applicable council bylaws that may impact the design, construction or location of the proposed work. I do want to point out and emphasise, sir, that it is important to note this is advice only in the accompanying PIM and those other criteria of advice that needs to be provided where relevant. Homeowners will still have the freedom to determine how they respond to the advice, and it will be up to owners to utilise this information to build a compliant granny flat. I must also highlight, sir, that the effect of the bill is to apply a more common sense approach to the consenting system. This is the broad context in which we are making these changes. We are removing regulatory barriers where they aren't necessary, while ensuring that Kiwis can remain confident that their homes will be safe, durable and healthy. Accordingly, sir, and with gratitude again for the support already provided in respect of this policy to our coalition partners and further afield, and I commend this bill to the House.
I call on Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Labor supports removing barriers to building more houses. We want more houses built. We want more people in warm, dry homes, and so this is something we're willing to support to committee and to Select Committee. I was distracted by the questions from the ACT Party because, of course, the Labor Party supports these measures to remove barriers, and we have a real interest in building more houses. Unlike members of this government who have continuously bulldozed through sensible reforms to the Resource Management Act, which would have seen more houses being built right now. There are plenty of things this government could be doing to see more houses constructed, but instead they have picked a path where more houses have been held up in the building. They have cut $1 billion from emergency housing, and on the false pretense that demand is reducing. Mr Speaker, if this bill, which is designed designed to create more houses because demand is rising can possibly be useful, then you would assume that the government also knows that there is demand for housing and the demand for public housing is also growing. This is a bill which is about solving a problem of those people who need to be housed and reducing the costs in the housing market to make sure that more can be built and that there can also be more housing available for rents. So this speaks into that, and we believe in that, unlike ACT members who, in this very budget debate, have put forward alternative views about what is happening in the housing market at all to justify the government's cuts in the budget as a whole. But Mr Speaker, speaking to this bill, it's important for us to understand as a House the questions that we'll be raising, because there are a number at the Select Committee stage, particularly around how we think this will play out in our major cities, where demand for housing is very strong in some particular areas, and how this will affect not only councils that are losing the ability to consent and stop this kind of work that they had before, but also on the professions that now sort of are expected to absorb the liability and the responsibility for creating granny flats and smaller dwellings, as they will be sort of the final sign-off. Mr Speaker, I want the House to really understand that the same rules here will apply to builders as they will apply to plumbers, as they will apply to gas fitters. That's an unusual thing in our building system. We're talking about creating small dwellings here where licensed professionals are expected to be the sign-off mechanism, but the sign-off mechanism for those things is quite different. When you're a licensed building practitioner, you go through a long period of education where you learn the ropes and you're able to practice on your own account for things like residential building, and you know, it is really right that we trust these professionals to be able to sign off on that kind of work. But there's been quite a different system for plumbers and gas fitters because they operate in quite a different context. If you're a plumber, you're making a connection to a plumbing system underneath the ground, where there will no longer be a check from a council to see that, well, if we have the right sorts of pipes under the ground for 50 houses on a block, but now with granny flats there are going to be another 50, and so there will be 100 there. What are we connecting into, and is it appropriate for the infrastructure that is below the ground? The same kind of mechanisms that apply to the builders will also apply to the plumbers, but in a very different context. Same issue with gas fitters. Gas fitters have been regulated in quite a different way in our building system, because when things go wrong with gas, it is very difficult to respond to the problems. These are very, very high-risk situations when things go wrong, but we will not have a layer of consenting which existed there to keep people safe and to avoid disaster. We've also got some outstanding questions around how things like stormwater management will be considered in situations of flooding in very dense developments. We have seen the issue of stormwater runoff being a real problem for people living in these homes. It creates a real risk for people in these homes in the surrounding area, and we want to make sure that there is a mechanism by which we can plan for our communities, because it's not just about how this affects individual homeowners, but it's how it affects their neighbours and how it affects their wider communities. We also want to know how this fits into the government's program and plan for housing. We cannot see how this will solve all of the problems, but we do support it because it will solve a few problems. Mr Speaker, I'll also indicate to you that I will seek to take a call on the motion to refer this to Select Committee, as it's a pretty novel interpretation of the Rule 298(2) that indicates that any 4 months is required for no debate, and I'll give you a chance to consider that rule before I take that.
Very generous of you. The Honourable Julianne Genta.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker, tēnā koutou e te whare. I totally understand the desire to make it easier to increase the housing supply. And we were very supportive of the medium density residential standards and other changes that would make it easier and more affordable to allow increased dwellings within the existing urban area. However, this bill is quite different to that, in that it's not about resource consents. The minister referred to the fact that a 70 metre squared granny flat would be able to be built without a resource consent. And that part we agree with. What we have difficulty with is now taking out the building consent, because if it is to have plumbing and electricity and everything else, there is really potential for things to go wrong, and there needs to be some sort of oversight. I think, especially given that the issues with the leaky buildings and the history in our country of things not going well, we need some sort of oversight on building quality. And it's interesting, I know that Cameron Luxton, who will probably speak after me, is a builder. I don't think any of the people currently heckling from the government benches are builders, but my brother is a builder. My brother's a builder, and when I asked him what he thought of this, he said it was going to be a disaster. And he works here in Wellington region. He's very wedded to high quality building. And he personally thought this was going to be a disaster. And the sort of questions that he raised, and he's not the only builder in my family, is who is accountable when things go wrong? Are the structures going to be insurable? Are practitioners, licensed building practitioners, or sparkies, plumbers, are they going to have to carry additional insurance to cover the possibility of their work being wrong? And there's the issue of increased load, and that's not about what about when things go wrong in the building itself. It's what is the overall impact on increasing the number of dwellings within a given area on things like the water systems, the reticulated water systems that council is responsible for. So I totally acknowledge that there are issues with the way building consents are administered and the differences between different councils. I've talked to many builders here in Wellington who've told me that one of the biggest difficulties is they're building in different municipalities, different district councils, and the building inspectors they get from different councils have really different approaches and have very different interpretations. And I think that is an issue that we could deal with. I think there's a whole lot we could do to improve the building consent process and to take liability away from councils. Because what ends up happening is you've got extremely experienced designers who've mainly worked overseas who want to come in here and build highly energy efficient, very top of the line structures, and they're way, way better than our building code, but because they aren't like the lowest common denominator acceptable solution in the building code, they find it harder to get a building consent. Like, that's crazy. We should make it easier to get a consent for something that's higher performing. But our whole system needs work, and just getting rid of a building consent requirement for granny flats isn't, I think, and the Green Party doesn't think, sufficient to address the issues both with the building code, with the building consenting process, with productivity in the building sector, and the overall shortage of housing. According to the regulatory impact statement, this is only going to have a very tiny marginal impact on housing supply. I mean, tiny. Actually, it's probably going to be just easier for people like me to put up a sleep out outside, that my in-laws can stay in. And yeah, that's great. And I know that I would get really high quality. I want oversight. I want oversight by people who I can trust, because the truth is we do have cowboys in the sector. They're not the majority, but it does exist. And I think that is the reason we have building consents, is because people want some sort of assurance and quality control. Are the councils properly resourced to do that? Are they doing it in the best way? Could we have a different approach? I'm totally open to all of that. And we are open to hearing arguments at Select Committee that reassure us around the questions that I raised and changing our vote at Select Committee. But in the first instance, it doesn't seem to me that getting rid of this building consent is the right way to solve the problem, and it's quite possible that the costs and the impact on our communities might outweigh the benefits. Oh, shit.
I'm glad to hear that this bill is going to Select Committee from the speeches that we've heard today, but there are some legitimate concerns that have been raised, particularly by the previous speaker. New Zealand's had a traumatic experience in the past. Mr. Speaker, as a fellow builder, you know that the leaky homes crisis was something that scarred New Zealand's view of housing deeply. But this bill is making simple designs what are exempt for a small standalone dwelling. When I think of simple design, I think of large eaves, good soffits, decent long-wearing roofing, no complicated joints. well-tested and trusted external cladding materials, things that make a building trusted. And the thing that also goes on top of all of that is the LBP, the Sparky, the certified plumber and drain layers, the gas fitters, everybody who's already able to self-certify, and also through this bill and other measures of this House, the licensed builders, the tradies and everyone out there who's getting a chance to show they can be trusted, because New Zealand needs to start trusting these folks, getting it off the councils who have, through a very, you look at the incentives that are on councils, it's not surprising it's taking them so long to sign stuff off. We've got to get some of those incentives aligned better so that New Zealanders can actually put themselves in places where they're warm and dry and stable. We're going to have granny flats, we're going to have places for intergenerational accommodation, bringing families together, providing accommodation, yes, adding a small fixing a small part of our housing shortage, but doing it in a way that is sound, which is sensible, which is just starting to open the door to solving our housing crisis. Mr. Speaker, small standalone dwellings in good locations is what we need. I commend this bill to the House.
Hear, hear. Call on Andy Foster.
Mr. Speaker, we keep on saying we do have a housing crisis. This is just yet another initiative from this excellent minister, excellent government, to help solve that housing crisis. This is actually a New Zealand First initiative, which is incorporated into the New Zealand First National Coalition Agreement, and it's great to have these things being delivered. It's been well signalled for a long time. It's been through a consultation process, as the minister said, 2,000 people submitted to that, and that's really, really excellent. So this bill has been really, really well signalled, and I'm looking forward to it going through the select committee process. There's clearly going to be some questions which are going to be asked, and we will all be asking those questions. This, Mr. Speaker, is about building consents for small, simple design, single-storey buildings. That's all. That's what it's for. The council building consents, we've heard about that. They give assurances, but they come at cost, and they also often come at significant delay, and that often requires people to down tools, and that is a real problem in the system. So these small homes will still need to meet building code standards. They'll be self-certified by professional people of good standing who have done these jobs for a very, very long time. And look, I want to tell you one very, very short story if I can. I visited a company which produces 120 small homes a year at the moment. Small homes a year, it'll be longer if you keep interrupting. So it's 120 small homes a year, one every 3 days. They are all the same. They're all H1 treated. They're all really good quality. And guess what? Every single one of them has to get the local council to sign it off with a building consent. So the council official comes along and says, yeah, it looks the same as the previous one. Here you are. Here's a bill for $4,000. That adds 2% to the cost of each and every one of those homes. That is crazy. That is crazy, and that is, a lot of these homes are going to be that kind of home. That is about making these homes cheaper for the people who actually need those homes, and I think that is a really, really great initiative. I commend this bill to the House.
That's enough. Maria Mino Kapakiki.
Kia ora. Mr. Speaker, tēnā koe, tēnā tātou. I want to start by saying small mercies in this regard, Mr. Speaker. It's a sensible idea. Dare I even say this right now, given what we were just listening to just earlier. But I mean, I'm smart enough, and we're smart enough to recognise when it's a good idea and it can be applied in a very good and trusting way. So, and obviously because my shed is just about done, and I'm relating to this conversation because they've just put up the flashings in it, and there's cladding and there's drainage and there's all of those things. So I get it. I get it as a very pertinent and right now experience, and it's a good thing. So I wanted to start my contribution this way. Of course, I get it. It's obviously, we support it, and we support it going to select committee. I know, thank you. But can I also say this? What I want to say is, with some of the recent things that have come out in the last 48 hours in terms of budget, I want to make this statement too, that it is, please do not get confused with the support of this to some of the other things that are coming out, such as the recent funding boost for $472 million that will be invested to manage the growing prison population and its associated costs. Please don't let that picture be another housing remedy for whānau. This bill does make it easier. It makes it easier because it's affordable, and that's a good thing. It actually, whether it was deliberate or not, it considers the way in which Māori live, right, in intergenerational groupings. So that's a good thing, and we're happy with that. We live in larger numbers in our whānau, and you might have, Doc, Tākuta Ferris made reference to that in our, the way in which we're growing and our mokopuna are coming into this world in great number and great speed, which is fantastic. It's a good idea, Mr. Speaker, and we support it. Just acknowledging the work that's been carried certainly by the Infrastructure and Transport and Infrastructure Committee and all of those people in that space. But we support it and look forward to it going to Select Committee and Small Mercies. Kia ora tātou.
Dan Pidwa.
Mr. Speaker, this is a great bill. It's going to help improve productivity and ease our housing crisis. I commend this bill to the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Look, the person who's just resumed his seat as the Deputy Chair of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. I thought he would have had more to say in this particular space. So that is disappointing, but is reflective of the position of the current government. Mr. Speaker,
listen, we're going to quieten down.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague Aotearoa Williams has said, we are happy to support this bill to Select Committee. Albeit what seems to be a truncated Select Committee process that we'll have something to say about that. But this is a move to make it somewhat easier to effectively construct granny flats, as they're commonly referred to, or small standalone dwellings. So on face value, it does look sensible, but a lot of the issues might arise in the detail, and so we look forward to scrutinising that further. It's important that these constructions, as we understand, will still need to comply with the building code. So that is important, and particularly goes to the heart of that need for, I agree with the Honourable Julian Genter, the assurance and the quality control aspects that would naturally flow from that. Talking about naturally, Mr. Speaker, one of the concerns that we do have is the way in which this would be rolled out in the sense of planning opportunities. Because naturally, when you have a sense of density at play, the nature of what effectively comes and goes from that existing footprint is somewhat questionable. We hear a lot about the development perhaps being a simple development. That's what it says in the documentation. We're interested to see what that actually means in practice. Considerations, for example, around grey water or stormwater, where there is a density of development, and ensuring that the infrastructure that is provided by the local council, local territorial authority, is sufficient to meet the need that would be generated as a result of that. That's the sort of detail that is important to us and that we will be delving into when it comes to Select Committee. The interesting thing with this legislation, sir, is the role that local councils will have, because it looks as though even though there needs to be some communication with the council, albeit before construction is sought to be undertaken, and then once it's been completed, the only other role really is for the council to be a basic receptacle of information. And so we'll be interested to tease that out a little bit and understand what that is. When it's referred to as a granny flat, you know, the whole point of a granny flat is the intergenerational connection that Maria Mino Kapakingi has referred to. Very common in many whānau or ainga community situations around Aotearoa, New Zealand. But also it's interesting that it's likely that for some communities might be what this actually ends up being. But for others, it might be an opportunity for them to address what is clearly a housing shortage that has been generated by the current government. The budget that we are talking about at the moment, and this is a piece of legislation that is in the budget urgency motion, is around choice, and the government has chosen to progress this under urgency. They are making or seeking to make it slightly easier to build on an existing property And that may be, sir, because of the shortage of housing supply opportunities, the stripping away of funding when it comes to Kāinga Ora. When I think about what that means for my own local community of Palmerston North, the only thing that this government is building on Kāinga Ora land are bollards. Bollards on Shurt Street, bollards on Crew Crescent, bollards on Bolton Place, those sorts of opportunities. So this is a piece of legislation that we are supporting because it will assist with housing, which is an unfortunate situation that this particular government has created by stripping out in not just this budget but previous budgets funding when it comes to housing need. It is important, Mr. Speaker, that those considerations as to what is in the bill is given full consideration by the Select Committee so that those issues can be addressed and teased out. The role of councils is very, very important, but so is the role of those who will be undertaking this work if this legislation does pass. The nature of the work that is undertaken, obviously the footprint there is up to 70 square metres. That is a significant piece of land, so to speak, as a footprint, particularly on smaller existing sites, and so it will be important to delve down into the details of that. So while we support this at first reading through the Select Committee, we do hope that there will be a fulsome opportunity for the community and sectors to engage with it at that particular point.
Dr. Carlos Chong.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to give a shout out to our top quality New Zealand builders.
Yes.
These builders consistently demonstrate exceptional workmanship and uphold a high reputation for delivering quality works. And I have no doubt that they will deliver high quality housing that meet New Zealand building code. I commend this bill to the House.
Oh, great speech.
Rachel Booking. Rachel.
Well, I want to start with saying I'm a little bit jealous of my colleague here, the member for Palmerston North, because he's got bollards, Mr. Speaker, in his Kāinga Ora sites. In Dunedin, in my electorate, I've just got a few temporary fences where 41 houses, apartment-type houses, were scheduled to be built, houses demolished, land ready to go, but what have I got? Fences, not even bollards. Shameful. It is shameful. And I'm hearing from Mr. Court that the private sector will build them. And I guess that is a fundamental difference between this and that side of the House, and that we think that there needs to be good public housing in New Zealand, but it's interesting that maybe that side, the whole government, agrees with Mr. Court, which is always a worry. Mr. Speaker, Building and Construction Small Standalone Dwellings Amendment Bill. We've heard that it's about granny flats, and you imagine a granny flat, that does spring to mind. My husband's situation when he was growing up, and he did indeed have his granny at the back of the garden in Aotearoa, and she lived in a small house and would come into the main house to have her meals. And he was delighted by this arrangement. She was a great grandmother from all accounts. I was never lucky enough to meet her. But the point is that these houses are houses. Well, they can be houses. As you know, Mr. Speaker, 70 square metres is a large area. You can get houses of up to 3 bedrooms, only 1 bathroom, but 3 bedrooms for 70 square metres. So it's important that we acknowledge that these aren't just those little single units. They're different from what is already permitted or exempt from Schedule 1 of the Building Code, being those 30 square metre buildings with no bathrooms. These buildings will have bathrooms in them, they could have gas heaters, they could have a whole lot of other things. So that does have an impact on the infrastructure. It's not the addition of one person, it could be the addition of a whole family. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have no problem with intensification, generally speaking, but we do need to plan for it. And so it is good density done well. Yes, that's exactly what we want, density done well. And it's good that councils will be able to have development contributions and will be able to charge development contributions for this. So that means that where that extra house is causing some need for a widening of a pipe, then the councils can get some of that money from the developers, which is good. Now, we know as well that the word simple is used a lot when referring to this bill.
Simple is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. And we have a schedule to the bill that is very important, and I very much hope that the Select Committee spends a lot of time on this, and I'm hopeful too that Cameron Luxon is on this committee. He just gave us in his speech some examples of what he thinks are simple, sensible things, like eaves. But we have in this schedule, so that's on page 19 of the bill, what simple means, well, might mean. And that's a single story, it's standalone, it's new, and it's the 70 square metres. But also, it's to be made of lightweight building products, being steel or timber. It has to be at least 2 metres away from other buildings or any legal boundary. And then it's got the water supply, sanitary plumbing and drainage must also be simple. But what I haven't seen when reading through the regulatory impact statement and listening to the other speeches is if there was any analysis into what this will mean for the carbon embedded in those buildings. Has there been any analysis to see if there is a way to get low carbon buildings into this scheme or not? What will these simple materials be made? What are the simple materials? Where will they be manufactured? These are good points that Julian Genter made as well about building not just to code but beyond that. But also, Mr Speaker, really important that natural hazards are addressed. Now this bill is just the Building Act side of it. It doesn't get around the need for a resource consent. Apparently that's going to happen in a separate process within NES. But it is so important that councils are able to stop buildings going into areas where they will create more of a hazard. And this bill does mention that, but not nearly enough.
I call on Rima Nakali.
Mr Speaker, Mr Speaker, the best part of this bill is the effect it will have on the over 50% of ethnics that live in my electorate of Takanini to build a small dwelling on their property, especially when our government implements our 5-year parent visa. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. Is there a minister? Thank you. The Honourable Louise Upston.
I move that the building and construction.
Who called a party vote? Well, you've got to do it quite loudly.
I heard it, Mr Speaker. I heard it.
Well, it doesn't matter how many of you heard it. I didn't. But I will conduct a party vote just for the sake of it.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
Votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono nā pōti whakaai.
The ayes are 108, the noes are 15. The motion is agreed. Call on a point of order at this point.
Yes.
Aotearoa Williams.
Mr Speaker, I raise a point of order under Standing Order 2982 and the Speaker's ruling 86.7. The Minister has indicated in his first reading speech that he intends to move a short report back from the Select Committee because he's given the date of the 23rd of September. So I'd expect you to go to a debatable motion after that. And the reason I raise it now is because the Minister gave a date of 4 months for the report back. In 2982, what's contemplated there is a calendar day, not the date that urgency extends, which is the 22nd. The Minister, if he was wanting to indicate a longer report back period, would have given you the 24th of September and not the 23rd.
Well, that's an interesting opinion, except for House purposes, we're still in yesterday, which does mean that the Minister was speaking as if a date was 1 day back. Counting forward from that day, he gets his 4 months and 1 day. further to the point of order.
Thank you, sir. The problem with that interpretation, sir, is that the Select Committee will not in fact get 4 months to contemplate the bill. The effect is that if the House procedure in future nominated an earlier date than was contemplated than just 1 day, you would end up with Select Committees in the unenviable position of being treated as having 4 months, but not in fact getting 4 months. This will be a Select Committee that does not get 4 months. There is certainly an arguable proposition that it should be 6 months, and that is an amendment which I understand the Honourable Julian Genter would put were there a debate. I'm asking you to put a debate for this motion.
Well, in all reality, it's not a motion that you're proposing. In all reality, the Select Committee could meet today once the vote is through, and we're in the middle of that. We're in the middle of that at the moment, and that might have some mitigating effect. But the reality is that quite often the House will pass a bill requiring a particular report back date. So the report back date is not necessarily associated with the meeting dates of the committee, and I think that's the bit that you were suggesting I should consider. But I'm not quite following the logic, given the history of the House.
You're quite right. If the Select Committee was to convene today, it would be convening on the 23rd. And so then it would get 4 months instead of 4 months in 1 day. That's in line with Speaker's Ruling 86.7, which was made in 1988 by Speaker Burke, where he ruled that calendar days are the days which Select Committee operates by and not relevant to the urgency motion, which applies only to this debating chamber.
Yes, that's quite right. Select Committees do operate to calendar dates, but the House doesn't when it's an urgency. So any law that is passed today, any bill that passes today, is considered to have been passed on the day that the urgency motion was taken. And that you can't have it always. If there is any dilemma here, it's a matter that should be taken up with the Standing Orders Committee. But for today, we are in effectively what is the date today? What is the date? We're 22nd. Sorry, 22nd of. While the rest of New Zealand might have moved on a day, we're actually on the 22nd, and it is appropriate that anything that is moved today with a counter on it, in other words, period of time, is considered from the 22nd. The Honourable Louise Upson.
I move that the Building and Construction Small Standalone Dwellings Amendment Bill be reported to the House by 23 September 2025.
There was a bit before that you haven't done. So what Select Committee are you saying it to?
My apologies, Mr Speaker. It will be referred to the Transport and Infrastructure Committee.
Sorry, Minister, I think the clerk needs to call the bill. The interruption here is throwing everything out of shape. Right.
Building and Construction Small Standalone Dwellings Amendment Bill, first reading.
Right, and now you talk about where you're sending it to.
Mr Speaker.
I've got it here.
Yep. I invite the Transport and Infrastructure Committee to consider the Building and Construction Small Standalone Dwellings Amendment Bill and report it to the House.
No. The question is that the Building and Construction Small Standalone Dwellings Amendment Bill be considered by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye, the contrary will say no. The ayes have it. Yes?
Sorry, this is not correct. I move that the Building and Construction Small Standalone Dwellings Amendment Bill be reported to the House by the 23rd of September 2025.
The question is, the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To no? No. The ayes have it. Party vote called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. I call the Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the social assistance legislation, accommodation supplement and income-related rent amendment bill.
The legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on Parliament's website. The Honourable Louise Upson.
I move that the social assistance legislation, accommodation supplement and income-related rent amendment bill be now read a first time. Mr Speaker, currently, if a person has two boarders, those board payments are disregarded when MSD calculates the person's eligibility for housing subsidies and other forms of income assistance. Currently, only board payments received from a third and subsequent boarder impact a person's income unless it is a person's main source of income when MSD calculates entitlements to assistance under the Social Security Act 2018. And only board payments received from a third and subsequent boarder currently impact a social housing tenant's income-related rent unless it is a person's main source of income under the Public and Community Housing Management Act 1992. As a result, the same accommodation costs can be subsidised more than once by the government. This occurs when both the person making the board payment and the person receiving the board payment receive a housing subsidy for the same accommodation costs. As a result, households with boarders are advantaged in the calculation of housing subsidies over households who do not have boarders. In contrast, rent payments received are currently considered when MSD calculates housing subsidies for a head tenant or homeowner. This means that those who receive board payments are unfairly advantaged compared to those who receive rent payments when MSD calculates housing subsidies. Furthermore, when rent payments received exceed the accommodation costs of the head tenant or homeowner, that excess amount is considered income, which then impacts other forms of assistance that MSD use the Social Security Act 2018 definition of income. However, board payments received are not treated this way, and this advantages those who receive board payments even more. The Social Assistance Legislation, Accommodation Supplement and Income-Related Rent Amendment Bill addresses this issue by amending the Social Security Act 2018, the Public and Community Housing Management Act 1992 and their associated regulations. These changes will ensure that the housing contributions of all boarders, that is 62% of each boarder's weekly payment, are recognised in a person's accommodation costs when MSD assess their entitlement to and rate of a housing subsidy under the Social Security Act 2018. Housing subsidies covered by this change will be the accommodation supplement, the temporary additional support and special benefit. The changes will also recognise the housing contributions, again 62% of payments, of all boarders when calculating the income-related rent for social housing tenants under the Public and Community Housing Management Act 1992, instead of just the payments of the third and subsequent boarders. Furthermore, this bill will ensure that when the housing contributions from boarders exceed a person's total allowable accommodation costs or the market rent applicable if they are in social housing, that excess will be counted as income for any form of income-tested assistance that uses the Social Security Act 2018 definition of income. This bill would address the inconsistent treatment of board and rent payments received. These changes are based on common sense and fairness. The changes will help to ensure that our welfare system is sustainable so we can continue to deliver housing support to those who genuinely need assistance. To ensure these changes are implemented effectively, this bill includes other amendments. The accommodation supplement will no longer be considered a discretionary grant. This provides clarity for applicants and means the recipients will remain eligible for the accommodation supplement until they are no longer eligible, and MSD will cancel entitlement to an accommodation supplement if the recipient has not received a grant payment for 8 consecutive weeks. The bill will also make clear that the portion of a property that a person lives at that is used for a person's business will not be considered part of their accommodation costs. Finally, the bill enables a disputes process to resolve any discrepancies. If the information provided by a person paying board or rent and the person receiving the board or rent doesn't match, And where they do not agree on the rate of payment, the disputes process will be used to address the discrepancy. These amendments are required to ensure MSD is no longer subsidising the same accommodation costs more than once, and to ensure that board and rent payments are treated in a consistent manner. Madam Speaker, I want to emphasise to the House that these changes will only affect those who receive board payments and not any housing subsidy paid to the boarder. It will only impact those people who are unfairly advantaged over those who receive another form of income. Most people will receive housing subsidies will not be impacted by these changes. This bill will ensure that clients are receiving the correct entitlement. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Willie Jackson.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, well, barely 24 hours after their brutal bully budget, where they literally stole from the workers to give to the bosses, after their terrible budget of slash and burn, we see the first fruits of this a sick budget with the social assistance, accommodation, supplement and income-related amendment bill. So this is the first example, Madam Speaker, of this government's strategy going forward, and it's unrelenting. It's unrelenting. Fresh from kicking workers in the face, this government now wants to bash desperate Kiwis who have a boarder living with them. It's as simple as that. And so we're now going to attack people who actually need support, Madam Speaker. How desperate is this government getting to find money, for their tobacco subsidies, I should say, military hardware, tax cuts and landlord loopholes, when they're turning on uncles and aunties who take a boarder in to help pay the rent. I mean, how desperate is this government that they have to turn the screws on people in the community, Madam Speaker, who are really, really struggling. The rules currently work to ensure that you don't get unscrupulous head tenants cramming people into rentals while receiving their own accommodation supplement. But this change will hit every single head tenant in New Zealand by including every boarder into the calculation. How on earth is that going to help any renter get a better rental? Surely that's got to be the question for the House today. Does the government, does the Minister think about this? Does she think about the type of stress that's going to put on different whānau? The reality is, in terms of helping any renter get a better rental, this isn't going to help at all. If anything, Madam Speaker, the unintended consequences of this will see fewer people, as Joseph Mooney knows, he well knows, it will see fewer people wanting to be head tenants in a rental if the bureaucratic and punishment elements of this mean-spirited amendment goes through. Madam Speaker, the government is so desperate to rob people to pay for their appalling budget that they're turning on everyone and anyone who takes in a boarder. It's not just women, as we keep telling the public, and the public is very, very aware now of how this government paid for its budget by sacrificing the women of this country. It's not just women, but although women are right at the forefront, it's everyone. We understand the need, of course, to include more than 3 boarders in a rental for accommodation, allowance purposes. That is a restriction on profiting from slum lording. But every single person who takes in a renter will net a pitiful amount of money from Kiwis who are already doing it tough. Madam Speaker, you don't take in a boarder because you are rich. Because you take in a boarder. I'm not sure if the other side knows this because they're not in that position. You take in a boarder, Madam Speaker, because you want to pay the rent. It helps pay the rent. Hustling these people, Mr. Mooney, to fatten up government revenue is disingenuous, and as
it seems to be a theme of the government. Hustle anyone, find the funding from anywhere, whether it's the good women of this country or beneficiaries, anything, Madam Speaker, to pay for their rotten budget. It shows how desperate that lot are, that they want to make money off anyone who takes in a boarder just to help pay the rent. It's as simple as that. This government, Madam Speaker, doesn't care about renters, we know that, but adding the punitive threats and punishments that will inevitably come along with this will simply see more people fall foul of the rules, so this government can penalise them even further. Madam Speaker, the government pretend this is making things more fairer by including the first and second boarder into a person's housing subsidy, but it isn't. It's changing the rules and then hunting down those who breach the new rules so they can penalise them further. Why make life more difficult for those trying to access housing subsidies, Mr Mooney? Why make life tough for people on Struggle Street, Madam Speaker? But that's what this government does. Kia ora, Madam Speaker.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
It's really outrageous that we're here a day after the budget debating a piece of legislation that will take away from some of our most vulnerable. This is off the back of the government admitting that they're taking away from young people needing support, women in low-paid, undervalued work, people on the benefit who are now going to be facing benefit and cuts to benefit increases, tens of thousands of middle-income earners who have children who need support, as well as now people needing the income-related rent subsidy and the accommodation supplement to make ends meet. There will be thousands of people left worse off as a result of this bill. And you don't have to believe me, you can believe the government officials that the Minister, Louise Upson, very conveniently ignored in her speech, who advised her about the disproportionate impacts that this bill would be having on some of our most vulnerable. People who have, for example, one boarder would basically be left almost $92 worse off as a result of this bill. And the minister does not care. That the ministry advised her that people affected by this bill could now be needing temporary accommodation, hardship grants, and what is worse, this government decided to pursue this harm to pay for tax cuts for the wealthy few. The minister was advised, and again, she conveniently ignored all of this in her speech and omitted it from her speech, that this piece of legislation and the government massively overestimated the savings that they would be making in this bill because they rushed it through without adequate consultation and analysis. And now the government is claiming they're going to be saving $150 million, taking it from people who often need accommodation support to give it to the wealthy few. That's all in the advice from the ministry. And it's rich that the chair of the committee that we could have used to evaluate this bill is heckling when he just doesn't care. And he actually, I think he doesn't care and hasn't even read the advice. He hasn't read the documents. And as he has, I think shame on him, because the bill and the advice presented by the Ministry of Social Development clearly outlines the harm, the material harm that this bill will cause on people, and it will push people deeper into poverty. Shame on the government members making a mockery of government legislation that will actually punish those doing it the toughest. Stripping away accommodation supplement and income-related rent subsidies from those who have boarders will simply push up the cost of living. The minister is completely and factually incorrect, saying that these are groups of people that are unfairly advantaged. We introduced this change almost more than 30 years ago because it was recognized that due to the neoliberal reforms of the 80s, sole parents, for example, should be supported to take on boarders because there were many people who were living in public housing who were actually facing high costs of living, and by allowing them to take boarders without them losing the income-related rent subsidy, that they could actually have connection, support, and be well. And it's also rich that the minister is now finally deciding to heckle and respond back, yet completely ignoring the fact that she will be leaving thousands of people worse off. She also happens to be the Minister for Child Poverty Reduction. And it's so clear that in this government budget, child poverty will continue to be at staggering levels, potentially getting worse as a result of the government's decisions, because she does not care. She is the minister for poverty rather than poverty reduction. I want a government that actually is bold and supports tenants who need adequate support. The accommodation supplement It's not the perfect top-up, but it's a result of higher rents. We could be having things like rent controls, more supply of public housing, which this government is cutting, instead of actually pushing through legislation that then strips away support from those who need it the most. I want to go back to the supplementary analysis report that the ministry produced to actually show the minister the impacts of her bill. And it told us that disabled people would be disproportionately impacted by this piece of legislation. Oh, she also happens to be the minister for disabled peoples. And I think she's just turning her backs on the very same communities that she's supposed to be serving by introducing legislation that disproportionately affects disabled people. Does the minister, Louise Upson, disagrees with the advice? Does she care about the disabled people that she's disproportionately leaving worse off as a result of this piece of legislation? She does not care, because this is the BS budget, full of BS, targeting the most vulnerable people in our communities, and yet somehow conjuring tax cuts for those that are already doing it well, hoping, despite research showing us in 40 years it hasn't happened, that this will trickle down on those that are being punished right now. The Green Party won't be supporting this bill, and we look forward to adequately scrutinising it in the Committee of the Whole House stage.
Dr. Pamjit Palmer.
Madam Speaker, I'm taking this call to support social assistance legislation, accommodation, supplement and income-related rent amendment bill on behalf of the ACT Party. Madam Speaker, quite a surprise to see that outrage from that member who just spoke before. I don't understand why they don't understand accountability, why they don't understand that this is an issue which we need to fix, because this is about the cases of double subsidization in housing subsidy for the same accommodation cost. Why, Madam Speaker, I don't understand. The member supports people getting double subsidy. And why we don't take into account every border? Because it's going to be fair for every dollar that goes into welfare system. And also there might be people, those who need that money more than these people, those who are getting in the form of accommodation subsidy. So, Madam Speaker, we want to see that our welfare system is fair to both taxpayers and also people, those who are receiving it. And that's why we support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Jenny Markroft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First in support of the social assistance legislation, accommodation supplement and income-related rent amendment bill. This bill adds any housing contribution from all boarders to MSD's calculations when assessing a person's entitlement to the accommodation supplement. It's an omnibus bill, and the purpose of it is to ensure, Madam Speaker, that housing contributions received from all boarders are considered when calculating entitlement to and rate of housing subsidies, which will in fact ensure more equitable treatment of board and rent payments received. I commend the bill to the House.
Takutai Tash Kemp.
Tēnā koe te pika tēnā tātou anō e te whare. I stand in full and utter disapproval of the social assistance legislation, accommodation, supplement and income-related rent amendment bill on behalf of Tamaki Makaurau and on behalf of Te Pāti Māori. E te pika, this bill is part and parcel of this government telling New Zealanders to go and stick it, that you're on your own, and that too bad, how sad, if you're Māori, rangatahi, Pacifica, homeless, hungry and on the streets. This bill is a direct assault on whānau who rely on collective living to survive. It punishes Māori for practising manaakitanga, for opening their homes to boarders, tamariki, kaumātua or extended whānau, by slashing their accommodation supplement and treating their support systems as income. It targets our survival strategies if they are fraud, when in reality they are whakapapa in action. By tightening income rules and increasing surveillance on borders, it serves to divide our homes, forces people to hide their living arrangements and pushes already struggling whānau deeper into poverty. This is not a policy of fairness, e te pika. It's a cost-cutting mechanism that criminalises poverty, undermines tikanga and enforces a Pākehā model of isolated living that has never worked for our people. E te pika. This legislation absolutely squeezes eligibility and squashes the accommodation supplement on those whānau who are providing a roof over the heads of others. They are providing a roof over the heads of others because this government and actually successive governments have failed us. They have failed our people and have contributed to a housing crisis, a poverty crisis that keeps brown people homeless and incarcerated. The members in the government need a reality check, i te pika. They need a reality check because whānau Māori and Pacifica and those on welfare support don't have the luxury of living isolated as a whānau. We have responsibilities, intergenerational responsibilities, that mean is that we provide for others. We have shared living to put a roof over our cousins, over our nannies and kaumātua because this government have failed us. Our households are multi-generational. It is a Māori way of living to manaaki and to look after our families from kaumātua to mokopuna. This bill punishes us for taking care of each other, for living collectively, for supporting rangatahi, kaumātua or solo parents. They are asserting that our way of living is fraud and that we're double dipping and in fact criminalising our way of living. Let's not forget, Māori are absolutely overrepresented in poverty, and that is by design. When you target people who board or share homes to survive, you're targeting Māori because we're overrepresented in poverty, in housing need and in whānau-based living. This is a Pākehā-centric welfare policy that doesn't understand how Māori live. We share homes, we support each other, not for profit, but to survive and uplift each other. This bill has nothing to do with fairness. It's about slashing welfare support. The real problem isn't so-called double dipping, it's the fact that housing is unaffordable and benefits are too low. And this government are telling our families to go and stick it, you're on your own. E te pika, the solution is clear. Wealth tax now, wealth tax on assets above $2 million other than the family home. Foreign companies, tax, land banking and ghost house tax. The redistribution of wealth is the answer, not making legislation to protect wealth and power. Te Pāti Māori, as the government in waiting, wholeheartedly reject to do not support this bill.
Joseph Mooney.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on the social assistance legislation, accommodation supplement and income-related rent amendment bill. A long bill, but I can probably just summarise it much more simply than that, Madam Speaker. This simply prevents subsidisation of the same accommodation costs more than once. Right. So currently the government is subsidising the land, or the tenant or the landowner, and giving them accommodation supplement, and then it's supplementing the boarder at the same time, and that's for the first two boarders of any boarding relationship. This will no longer be the case. There will be one subsidy that goes to the one property for the one room that's in that property. So this is a very sensible thing that recognises the value of taxpayers to New Zealand. We recognise workers, we recognise the contribution they make, and we manage their money carefully, Madam Speaker. We ironically heard from a member opposite, who was one of the bigger property owners, going on and on about the government not caring about other people. Great irony. We heard about from the Green Party, and going, frankly, a load of nonsense, Madam Speaker, who just voted against granny flats. We're about lifting people up, giving opportunity to people, helping people develop their own mana, less kawanatanga, more tino rangatiras going, Madam Speaker. I commend this bill to the House.
Helen White.
Thank you. I think it's time we actually explained what this bill did, because the government don't seem very interested in doing that. So the thing that this bill is doing is it is taking away something that was encouraged in the past. So in the 1990s, we had a reduction in the amount that people got benefits in the 1990s, early 1990s. And what they decided to do when that happened was they decided in 1992 to allow people who were in accommodation, so they were in situations where the government was subsidising that accommodation, and a lot of those people were in public housing. and they allowed them to use what was often a big estate house. They said, okay, it's okay if you have some boarders in there. You can have 1 or 2 boarders, and we're not going to take any money off you. Now, you've got to remember that though the amount that those people were getting was very low, and it remains low to this day, much lower than is possible for most of us in this House to live on, Madam Speaker. So, for example, a solo mother now gets $494.80 to live off every week. I challenge anyone in this House to give that a go. There is an accommodation supplement on top, but I want to make the point that while we talk about double dipping, what we're actually talking about is something that previous governments have agreed was a good idea because it allowed people to have boarders. It meant that we filled up our state houses. It meant that people were able to just add a little bit more to what was available in families. So I take the point of the Green member that this is the same minister who's responsible for child poverty reduction. And we are very likely to see a correlation here because it's the solo mothers who have a boarder or 2 that will now have to pay more money and will lose money from the government. So they lose about $100 a week. It's $132 in some situations and it's $100 in others. There are people who will be losing a lot more than that. And there is this great document, and for anybody who's watching, because we aren't going to go to a select committee on this, this is the one to read. This is an objective report. It's a supplementary analysis of the situation. So it goes through and it does as good a job as it can looking at this. And do you know what it says? It says the risks associated with these changes include a disproportionate impact on marginalised communities. And do you know, Madam Speaker, who they mean? They mean in this debate, they mean the disabled, they mean youth, they mean Pacific, they mean Māori. Because those are the communities that are marginalised, and they go through in the analysis and they talk about the impact on those groups. And they actually are really specific. So in the committee stage, we will be talking through, we will be asking some questions about the impacts on those groups, because those are the groups that will lose in this budget $100 or $130 on an average. There will be people in those groups who lose more. And I ask this House whether that is a responsible thing to do when this government was elected in because it said it was going to address a cost of living crisis. These are the very people who are most at risk in a cost of living crisis. They are hurting out there. And this government's budget hurts them a lot more, because to lose $100 when that is the benefit that you're on $494 if you're a solo mother. You're going to lose $132 if you have 2 boarders. Is that a good thing at this time? Is it really where this government told the public when they voted for them they were going? And one of the things that this report talks about is that the risks that are there because of this, the unintended consequences. They talk about the fact that people just won't have boarders anymore, and that will mean that we have more people on our waiting lists. They talk about the issues that it means for this group of people who will actually be so poor, they're coming back and asking for hardship grants. That's what we've got to talk about today. We're under urgency, but we will be, in this side of the House, holding this government to account as best we can.
Paolo Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Social Assistance Accommodation Supplement Amendment Bill addresses specifically the situation where a boarder pays for that boarding opportunity and the person receiving that payment both claim housing accommodation supplement. And that is what this bill seeks to address. I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Karen McAnulty.
Speaker, when the New Zealand public need to assess what this bill does, it actually comes down to a really simple question. Will people be better off or worse off because of these changes? And sometimes we can get caught up in all the detail and the government can try and justify things and put what they think is quite a compelling case. But no one is going to be better off because of this bill. It's quite simple. Everyone that this bill affects will be worse off. And so in the broader context of housing, Madam Speaker, this bill actually makes things worse. It'll be harder for people to afford their housing, and it will discourage people from boarding. And if people are discouraged from boarding, there are fewer accommodation options available, and potentially people won't have accommodation. If we're talking about, when you look at the figures, and some people could be affected by up to $100 a week, that could well be the difference between them being able to afford their rent and not. And if people can't afford their rent, then they don't have housing. And in a context, Madam Speaker, when homelessness is increasing at unprecedented levels, when we have the Wellington City Mission saying things have been worse than they have ever seen, when just today there was a story in the press that said that in Canterbury, levels of homelessness is growing at levels that they've never previously seen, where changes that this government has made to emergency housing is literally locking people out from accessing the accommodation needs that they have, people in genuine need. This just makes things worse. Now, I would have thought that when the government is looking around for savings to try and make this budget add up, surely they could have looked elsewhere. Because we're talking about the people that need the most support. No one chooses to board because they want to, they choose because they have to. And now those people who are, through whatever circumstances that they are in, the best accommodation situation that they can find is to board with other people. And now the accommodation supplement, which they rely on, in some cases is going to be reduced up to $100 a week. That is a massive cut. $100 a week, doesn't matter how much someone earns, $100 a week is massive. And when that is, there's always laughing on that side of the house when we're talking about poor people becoming poorer. That I've done, 2 or 3 speeches so far around this budget, and every time I've done something, I've mentioned that this makes it worse off for people, and the government laughs every time. It actually is disgraceful. $100 a week, Madam Speaker. I don't know how they can justify it. We've had interjections, think about the taxpayer and think about that and all this sort of stuff. All they are thinking about is their budget, because they entered into tax cuts that were unaffordable, and now they've been desperately searching for the last few months to try and make that add up, and these are the people that are paying for it. The people that are paying for their shoddy budget and their stupid decisions are the people that can afford it the least. They've tried to justify it, those that have actually spoken to it, they've tried to justify it by saying, the things that this bill brings in is effect when there's 3 boarders already. Why not bring it down to 2 or 1? If you're in an accommodation situation where there are 3 boarders, then it actually is justifiable because the costs are split across more people. But once you start going down to 2 and 1 boarder, and it equates to $100 less available to that person, no one will be able to stand up and say that they have had advice that this will not lead to more homelessness. They won't. They will not have that advice. And if the government cannot show the people of New Zealand that this bill, that their decisions will not lead to higher levels of homelessness, then it's clearly unjustifiable. When we have a situation, Joseph Mooney, where you have voted for things that have increased homelessness, quite frankly, there are more people sleeping in cars and on the street and in garages and in tents because of you and what you have done, and you're sitting here saying this is okay? Unbelievable. $100 a week might not be much for Joseph Mooney, but when it is the difference between people actually living in accommodation and living under a bridge, and they laugh and they can't justify it, but they yell out anyway, I think the people of New Zealand can see all they need to. about what the values are of this government and the lengths they've gone to try to make their budget add up.
Catherine Wedd.
Right here, because it was on that side of the House that sent this country into a full housing crisis. So to listen to that speaker talk about homelessness and people in cars on this side of the House, we're sorting it out, and that is why this bill is a sensible, common sense, practical and fair bill where we will address the double subsidisation of housing subsidies for the same accommodation costs. It's very simple and sensible, and that is why I commend it to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is being called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The ayes have it.
Social Assistance Legislation, Accommodation, Supplement and Income-Related Rent Amendment Bill, first reading.
This bill is set down for second reading immediately. Honourable Louise Upston.
Legislation, Accommodation, Supplement and Income-Related Rent Amendment Bill be now read a second time. This bill seeks to amend the Social Security Act 2018 and the Public and Community Housing Management Act 1992 and associated regulations to ensure that all board payments received are treated in a similar way to other forms of income, in particular rent payments received. The objectives have already been outlined to the House, so I won't repeat them. The bill seeks to recognise payments from boarders when assessing a person's entitlement to housing subsidence and other forms of income assistance. It's making sure that the government is not subsidising the same accommodation costs more than once. By ensuring the housing subsidies and income assistance accurately reflects a person's circumstances, it will return $150 million in net operating funding to the government over 4 years. This directly contributes to easing the cost of living and inflation and supports those who are paying tax. Currently, payments received from a first and second boarder are disregarded, and only board payments received from the third and subsequent boarders impact a person's income for the purpose of calculating entitlements. Also, currently for social housing tenants, only contributions received for the third and subsequent additional residents count towards assessable income when calculating the rate of income-related rent, unless the contributions received are the person's main source of income. This bill will ensure that all housing contributions received from all boarders are considered when calculating the rate of housing subsidies under the Social Security Act of 2018, such as the accommodation supplement, and considered when calculating social housing tenants' income-related rent. As I said, it will ensure the government will no longer be subsidising the same accommodation costs more than once. It also ensures that when payments from boarders, and this is an important note that I think the opposition missed, it will ensure that when payments from boarders exceed the total allowable accommodation costs or the market rent for the social housing property, the excess is then considered as income and any other income-tested assistance that applies to the Social Security Act definition of income, such as income-tested main benefits. So what we're saying here is that you could have boarders that provide income over and above the total allowable accommodation costs. The other side thinks that that's fair and fair to taxpayers. Crazy. These changes are based on common sense and fairness. The bill also includes other amendments to ensure effective implementation of the policy proposals. This includes defining a boarder in the legislation and enabling a new disputes process, making the accommodation supplement no longer a discretionary payment, and specifying that the portion of a property that a person lives in that is used for their business, which again makes sense, is excluded from the accommodation supplement. You shouldn't be getting the accommodation supplement for parts of your house that are used for a business. And the opposite side also didn't seem to understand that the changes in this bill will only affect those who receive board payments, not those who are boarders. They seem to have missed that point. Housing subsidies and income assistance will always be available to those who need support and qualify for it. So most people who receive housing subsidies won't be affected by this at all. But it will help our government reach our goal of ensuring that public services are sustainable and continue to deliver assistance to those in need. These changes will lead to fairer outcomes for people who receive housing subsidies. So I look forward to seeing this bill through the remaining stages of our process and commend it to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Willie Jackson.
Madam Speaker, I'm glad the government are really happy to have me talking today. I really enjoy their support, Madam Speaker. It's really good. And as Kieran McAnulty said, another mean-spirited, terrible initiative from this government. And the bottom line is, as Kieran McAnulty said, our home spokesman, well, says the man who'll never get anywhere in New Zealand first, but Madam Speaker, so as Kieran McAnulty said, is will this improve things in terms of where we are at the moment? Will the vulnerable again be exposed with this particular kaupapa? And that's our concern. That's our concern. By forcing those who take a boarder to include the first and second boarder as income, will remove the incentive to have that boarder in the first place. And I think we've been quite explicit with that. It is such a worry that this attempt to hustle people who take in boarders might mean head tenants or people renting out a spare room no longer want to do it, and we could see a spike in boarders being pushed out. What does that mean again, Madam Speaker? Again, we have a problem in terms of homelessness. Again, we have a problem in terms of emergency housing. Of course, we know that the government likes playing around with numbers, and we wouldn't have a clue in terms of what's happening in that area, because they keep telling us that they are removing people and getting people out of emergency housing. The question remains, of course, is where are they going? And those are answers that Minister Pōtaka and Minister Bishop cannot give us. Constantly we ask them what's happening with the homeless. They wouldn't have a clue. What we know is homelessness has increased incredibly in this country over the last year or so. Madam Speaker, this particular kaupapa could impact up to 20,000 people in New Zealand receiving house assistance who have a boarder. How will this make renting any easier? That's a question that the government have to ask themselves. When we have a cost of living crisis, many taking in a boarder to do so helps them offset the costs. The government, sadly, thinks that there's some sort of major scheme going on when people are taking in boarders, but this amendment only takes money from people who can least afford to have that money taken from them in the first place. The argument is the current system isn't fair because the first and second boarders are not included in the accommodation assessment, but the incentive to take a boarder in while that exists ensures we have a ready supply of boarding homes. Closing this to make money, Madam Speaker, is just mean-spirited. And when you consider these changes come alongside the new accommodation supplement changes in 2027, where people will be forced to pay 40% of their rent, up from the 30%, we see a pattern of legislation that is focused, Madam Speaker, on screwing down and pushing down renters and those who require housing subsidy assistance. That's why this is another double whammy, so to speak, for Māori, for Pacifica, for the disabled and working people, Madam Speaker, because these are the ones inevitably impacted hardest by these changes. Pushing up rental thresholds and including borders for accommodation assistance calculations is helping who here? That's the question, Madam Speaker. This will impact on all those who access the accommodation supplement, temporary additional support, grandparented special benefit, student allowance accommodation benefit for sole parents as calculated using the accommodation supplement rules, away from home allowance and the income related rent subsidy. You know, we're continually asking the question from this side of the House, where are the concerns and the voices of support for people who will find themselves in the most stressful circumstances because of this type of legislation, Madam Speaker. We have an obligation on this side of the House to voice those concerns, and that's what the side is doing today. It seems that anyone weaker than this government is in the firing line. It's all cumulative, Madam Speaker. On its own, including the first and second border, might be acceptable, but when you include all of the punitive measures and clawbacks and nasty fish hooks that this government has passed recently, it becomes overwhelmingly, just so overwhelming, and you can see why so many people are heading off to Australia. My fear with this is that it will become as bureaucratic as the government's deeply flawed Best Start program and cause people to turn away a border because of the extra complexity. Is that where we want to be now? That they're going to turn away borders? As I keep saying, they do not take on borders to get rich. They take on borders because of the cost of living, to pay the rent. If you come to Auckland, Madam Speaker, you'll see couples renting 2-3-room places, $600 per week. I mean, the minimum if they're lucky. You know, $800 per week, Madam Speaker, is not out of the ordinary. Young couples or older couples will inevitably take on flatmates to help with the financial situation. This feels like the government is just totally desperate, reaching behind the couch to see if there's any more loose change to fund their budget. I mean, we've seen the sacrifice. They've sacrificed New Zealand women. How many New Zealand women was it, Megan Woods? So many. Too many. Hundreds of thousands. 180,000 New Zealand women sacrificed for the budget, but it goes on, and this is another example of it. The exemption of the first two borders was to encourage better utilisation of state housing and encourage beneficiary households, particularly sole parent beneficiaries living in large state houses, to take on a border or borders to offset some of their costs. What this government now wants to do is bash that infrastructure and take money directly out of the pockets of beneficiaries and sole parents at the same time as this government announces more punitive welfare sanctions. That's the problem, Madam Speaker. It's not just one thing. Everybody, it's not a big problem. Oh, yeah, that's right. But then there's all these other things. It's like their budget. It's like that Māori budget, Madam Speaker. You know, they've taken all the money away from Māori. I know I'm going off the subject here, but it's disturbing us that they've taken $1 billion out of the Māori budget, Madam Speaker. But they say, oh, no, it's all there. But they've transferred it across to a general fund. Shocking, really. But always robbing Peter to pay Paul. It seems to be the strategy of this government. They're robbing Mary to pay. Madam Speaker, this is a constant war on the poor, and it's good former Minister Cepoloni is here. She knows better than anyone, having overseen our strategy in past years, the way we were going as a government, more embracing and more understanding of our poorer people who are struggling with different complexities. Knowing, I always salute our former minister here because she opened up things. It was a more aroha type approach in terms of what was happening with people at the coalface. But this is a constant war on the poor after witnessing them taking $12 billion from the pay parity pockets of working women. and men so they could give $6 billion to the bosses. It helps explain how they can then target those on welfare who have taken in the border. And that's the problem, Madam Speaker. We've got a budget. This is all budget related. Everything is about trying to pay for a budget that they could never afford. But they can afford it, Madam Speaker, if they turn their attention and if they focus on taking from groups who can least expect it. Women have been at the forefront of this sacrifice, and this government will pay for what they have done over the last couple of weeks. This will hurt the poorest hardest, which seems to be, as I said, the main threshold for social policy from this government. It's petty, it's mean-spirited, and once again is taking from the poorest to pay the rich. The government claim they will save $150 million from these changes, but let's examine the word save. What the government means is that they will take $150 million from the poorest renters. That's where they will save this money, by taking it from the poorest. That's not a solution, Madam Speaker. This is a trickle-up economics where the poor subsidise the wealthy, and that sums up this government well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Kaharangi Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand, to strongly oppose this bill. A bill that might just look like a tidy administrative change, but in reality is a cut. A cut to the incomes of some of the most vulnerable people in our society, some of the most vulnerable people in Aotearoa. This will affect children. This will affect disabled people. This will affect beneficiaries and our older people. A cut to those who rely on housing assistance to survive. And before I get into the nitty-gritty of why this legislation is so shoddy and really harmful and an actual embarrassment for the country that we live in, I want to talk about the use of urgency. It is outrageous.
Outrageous.
Absolutely outrageous that this horrid bill is being pushed through under urgency. I know the communities I serve, our disability communities, our disabled people, my Christchurch community, our low-income whānau, and the people who advocate for these communities would have wanted to have a say on this bill, because they are the ones with lived experience, they are the ones out there supporting these communities, and instead it is being rushed through without this very important feedback and scrutiny from the public and from the people that this bill most affects. This bill changes the way that accommodation supplement and the income-related rent are calculated for people who take in one or two boarders, building community, building whānau, helping each other, sharing. Sharing is caring. That's what my mum always said. Right now, that's right, she was right. Right now, those board payments are not counted as income because they aren't truly income. They're cost-sharing arrangements. They help whānau survive, and this bill will change that. And in doing so, it will make life harder for thousands of low-income houses already on the edge, already who do not have the means to pay for the things that we all need to live a good life. Since 1992, the governments have rightly recognised that small board payments, particularly from one or two people, shouldn't be treated as income. The policy was simple and fair. It enabled people to open their homes, reduce their costs, and ease pressure on the housing system, which we hear the government side of the House saying over and over that there is a housing crisis that needs to be fixed. This is one of the things that helps people stay in homes. This bill flips that sharing on its head and that ability to ease the pressure from the housing system. It treats cost sharing as profit, and it punishes people who are doing exactly what we ask of them, finding ways to make housing affordable within their communities. This is not smart policy. This is penny pinching from those with the least. Let's remember who is affected here: solo parents, disabled people, superannuationists, people on superannuation, low-waged workers and beneficiaries. These are people who are already not making ends meet. The rising cost of food, rent, transport and electricity is pushing families to the breaking point. And I invite the other side of the house to go and try and walk a mile in these people's shoes, to go and live with their budgets and see if they could do it for a week, for a month, for 6 months, for 6 years. See if you could make those ends meet. Madam Speaker, all of this is happening in the exact same week that we saw the release of the Child Poverty Budget 2025 report, a report that confirmed our deepest fears. This government's decisions are not only failing to reduce child poverty, they are making it worse. The report stated clearly that this budget will have no meaningful impact on child poverty rates, none. And despite having the tools, the data and the mandate, the government has chosen to stand still while children fall deeper into hardship. Worse still, the decision to means test the Best Start payment will rip vital income from 62,000 new parents, and for 55,000 of them, it means receiving nothing in their baby's crucial first year of life. As Alicia Sutton of the New Zealand Council of Christian Social Services put it, and I quote, "This budget will leave thousands of children in poverty." Let that sink in. Thousands more children in poverty while the government chips away at housing assistance, benefits and support for new parents. This bill in that context is not neutral, it is cruel. Yep. And the fact we are pushing it through under urgency without hearing from those parents, without hearing from disabled people, without hearing from our kaumātua, it makes me shake my head in shame that this is the country we live in. We are a modern country, we are a modern society, and we need laws that reflect that. And caring for our tamariki should be at the centre of everything we do. The Green Party believes in a welfare system grounded in dignity, fairness, and mana-enhancing support. We believe in a government that upholds its duty of care, especially to children and to whānau struggling in poverty, whānau in crisis. If we want to ensure public housing is used effectively, efficiently, let's build more of it. Let's regulate the private rental market. Let's ensure every person has a safe, stable and affordable place to live. But let's not do what this bill proposes to do, clawing back income from low-income people just to hit a budget target. Some things are more important than the bottom line, and our tamariki and people in our country are more important. So, Mr. Speaker, the Green Party opposes this bill in the strongest possible terms. This bill punishes people sharing their homes, building community, doing the thing that my mum instilled in me when I was a child. Sharing is caring, living is giving. And I think that maybe that would be a great slogan for the next election. Exactly. Let's care for the people in our communities.
What would the green budget be?
The green budget would be amazing. It cuts income from, this bill cuts income from people who are already living in poverty. And it does so at a time when the government's own budget report confirms that thousands more children will be left in hardship.
Shame.
This is not the Aotearoa that I believe in. This is not the Aotearoa that we believe in at the Greens. We stand for a country where everyone has what they need to thrive, where every child grow up free from poverty. Yeah, let's have children grow up free from poverty. I don't know why you're laughing about that. And where government policy lifts people up, not pushes them down. We urge in this House to do the right thing. Vote against this bill. Thank you.
Parmjit Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm taking this call to support the second reading of the social assistance legislation, accommodation supplement, and income-related rent amendment bill on behalf of the ACT Party. Mr. Speaker, this bill doesn't stop anybody from sharing their state house. People can still have boarders in the house if they have space to keep boarders, but what it does is it stops the double subsidy for the same accommodation. It makes it fairer, not for everybody, not for just the system, even for people, those who are in state houses, because there are some people, those who are in bigger state houses, they can have boarders, but there might be some people, those who are not in that kind of big houses where they can have boarders. So it's about leveling the opportunity that is available to everybody as well, along with making sure that the taxpayers are not subsidizing the same accommodation twice through double subsidy, one to the boarder and one to who has the boarder at their place. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill also sets a process if there is a conflict in information that is provided by the boarder and the person who is having that boarder there. So this actually, it is a very thought-through bill to ensure the system brings fairness, the system brings accountability. And the member who spoke before me said that they like fairness, and exactly that is what this bill does. Fairness, not just about the money that is spent, but also about people, those who are in different types of state houses. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we support this bill. Thank you.
Jenny Marcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand first to take a call on the second reading of the social assistance legislation, accommodation supplement and income-related rent amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation applies the fairness ruler. It does that because it aims to prevent accommodation costs being subsidised more than once, and so it ensures fairness by ensuring that people who receive board payments are treated the same as those who receive rent payments. So that's the fairness rule applied there when calculating their eligibility for the accommodation supplement. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Ricardo Menendez-March and the Green Party have indicated in writing that you can have their 5 minutes as well.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry,
Te Māori.
Māori, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We just heard a lot from the previous member, and they're very brief and, quite frankly, lacking in substance contribution around fairness. It seems to me that fairness, according to the government members, is stripping away support from people in public housing, low-income people. Fairness seems to be, for the government, pushing people into needing hardship assistance and temporary accommodation, because that is exactly what this bill does. And either the previous member did not read the advice from the Ministry of Social Development, or actually talk to people experiencing hardship, or she just doesn't care. I think it's probably a combination of both. Because what this bill is effectively doing is stripping away critical support for people who are living with borders. And often, the vast majority of these people are not the government's wealthy mates. They're people who either were living in emergency housing prior to entering into public housing. There were people facing unaffordable rents, because most people are unlikely to be looking for borders unless they actually need that additional support. And the policy that we had prior to this piece of legislation, where you could have borders without then losing your accommodation supplement and income-related rent subsidy, was designed to support people who were often in hardship from being able to have those support networks. I find it rich and at the same time cruel that the government members completely ignore the material consequences of this bill, the negative material consequences that will push people deeper into poverty, deeper into hardship, the reality that this bill disproportionately impacts Māori, Pacific people, older people, which is, I think, also really rich that New Zealand First, claims that they support senior citizens a lot and yet are quite happy to push a bill through that actually disproportionately impacts our older people community, as well as disabled people and young people. Young people are really getting the double whammy at the moment on the budget. Not only are they being stripped away from their ability to access income support, now we have a bill that will disproportionately affect them. Young people, often those that are leaving family violence or who may have experienced youth homelessness, are often some of the people that will most likely be needing to be boarding. And they're people who are often seeking to live with extended family members or people who they found along the way for support. The government seems to be extremely comfortable from stripping away one of the few supplementary assistances that exist that allows people to retain housing. The reality of this bill is that it will also criminalize people doing it tough. As we've heard from the ministry themselves, one of the likely impacts of this bill is that people will be then pushed into a situation where they will be encouraged in some ways to literally lie to MSD about their accommodation circumstances in order to not face a hike in the rent. And I think to me this speaks of an approach from this government of neglect and criminalizing the poor in order to pay for tax cuts for the wealthy few. This is all in the document, Mr. Speaker, titled Including Borders Contributions in the Calculations of Housing Subsidies, Supplementary Assistance, Analysis Report, and the fact that this analysis itself identifies that people are more likely going to be committing fraud and not reporting their borders is pretty concerning. This bill also acknowledges that the so-called savings that the government is making in this piece of legislation are going to be passed on to other parts of the system. So for example, if you lose your accommodation supplement, if you lose your income-related rent subsidy, you're far more likely to then be needing things like hardship grants. That's a cost that is then being passed on from one part of the system onto MSD, which is why the ministry itself acknowledged that the government overestimated the savings that they would be making as part of this piece of legislation. So not only is the government happy to put the boot down on people who need support the most, they are being fiscally illiterate and irresponsible by not acknowledging that the so-called savings they're making on accommodation supplement and income-related rent subsidy costs are being passed on to other parts of the Ministry of Social Development. And at a time where we have heard from the Ministry of Social Development that their frontline is oversubscribed, it begs to question whether the government is completely out of touch with the frontline that is supposed to be helping individuals rather than punishing them as the government is doing. I acknowledge that this bill has another component around automated decision making. I think the government has been not very transparent when it comes to its intentions to use automated decision making. We had the Social Security Amendment Bill passed not that long ago, which broadened the use of automated decision making. This, in layman's term, is actually the ability for computer systems to be effectively making decisions instead of the front line which could have more discretion in its use of decisions. I can see the potential for that to lead to more accurate decision making, but I do think the government is pushing this in the context of under-resourcing the frontline and the humans who can then support people in forming those connections to assist them not just in calculating their eligibility for things like accommodation supplement, but other support systems as well. Effectively, what the government is doing is passing the support systems that exist from the Ministry of Social Development away from human interactions onto computers, onto automated systems, which then strips away the more tailored support we can provide to people who are facing housing insecurity. If we look at the analysis from MSD, what we can also find is the average increase in the cost of living that people affected by this bill will face. And for people, and this is on page 21 of the Supplementary Analysis Report, what we can see around the financial impacts of the policy changes is that, for example, somebody who has one boarder will see an increase in the cost of living of $92 a week. Somebody who has two boarders will see an increase of $148 a week. And somebody who has three boarders is facing an extra $202 additional dollars a week. I don't think this is a government that is seriously addressing the cost of living crisis when they're pushing a legislation that will literally make it worse for the almost 8,000 people that this bill is estimated to be affecting. If anything, what it will do is it will incentivize people to instead seek temporary accommodation, to be in emergency housing, if they're lucky, because we have seen reports about how our social services is saying that most people are being rejected from emergency housing, and it will encourage people to not disclose that they have boarders. This is in the report itself. And I think people will be waking up and realizing that there will be creative ways, unfortunately, that they'll get around this bill, to effectively not disclose people that they're living with, in order to get away with actually not facing, for example, in some cases, an additional $202 a week in accommodation costs. Particularly for those that receive income-related rent subsidies, this will push them in their households to be effectively receiving market rate rents. So for example, right now, if you're living in a Kaingaora home and you receive the income-related rent subsidy, you could be paying just 25% of your income on rent. That's amazing. That's something that I actually hope one day we can achieve for absolutely everyone. But instead, people could be subjected to market rates. This is because once you're deemed to be receiving a specific amount of income, you lose that subsidy. If you have a Kaingaora home in a neighborhood where the market rate rents are really high, that hike could push you out of your home and into the streets. And at a time where we're seeing record homelessness and people doing it rough, it feels callous, cruel, and intellectually dishonest for a government to be saying they're addressing the cost of living crisis and yet pushing through a bill that will do exactly the very opposite of that. I hope those members, when they start seeing the hardship they're creating, swallow their words of fairness and see the truth behind what this bill is promoting, which is actually an increase in poverty, an increase in inequality, an increase in homelessness, and people living in public and private rentals facing humongous increases in their living costs. We look forward to the Committee of the Whole House stage to scrutinize this bill as it deserves for the harm that the government is causing on some of our most vulnerable communities out there in the community. Kia ora.
Joseph Mooney.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just again, I'll just clarify what this bill does. There's one room in a house. Currently, the government, under the existing law, will subsidise that room by the landowner or the person who is renting the house. And then they'll also subsidise the boarder who's using that room. So it's subsidising twice. This changes that, Mr. Speaker. This is a government that respects and fights for the workers of New Zealand, unlike those members opposite, Mr. Speaker. That government and those opposition in the last government, they took debt from $57 billion to $175 billion, Mr. Speaker, and they put our country into a very difficult place. We are fixing this. We respect the money that taxpayers earn. We want to help people. We want to give them a hand up, not a handout. I know what poverty tastes like, smells like, looks like, Mr. Speaker. Unlike those champagne socialists on the other side, we want to help New Zealanders. Commend this bill to the House.
Speaker.
Helen White.
It's interesting to hear the sanctimony come from the other side in this situation, because earlier I was thinking about one of the heckles, which was, there's no magic money tree. And I agree, there is no magic money tree. But last year, this government got into Parliament saying it would give people tax cuts. It could not afford them. There was no magic money tree. And as a result, now people like women in this country who are expected to get equal pay, and people like the people impacted in this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, they are the people who will pay the price, because there was no magic money tree. And before anybody suggests that people on this side of the House do not understand poverty, I would like to suggest that if this had been to a select committee, if people had been able to come to Parliament and tell their story and say how this piece of legislation was going to affect them, then the government would be in a position where they might be able to say they'd listened. But right now, the government has insulated itself from that process, because we are in a bubble today. We are not hearing from the people this will hurt. And the people out there are hurting. And this government promised it was going to address the needs of people in a cost of living crisis. And it said, we're going to give you a tax cut. And those people have received so little. And today, a lot of those people, they lose $132. Now, that's not an insignificant amount of money for anyone. But if you're on the kind of money that these families are on, that is a huge amount of money. And that kind of disruption to people's lives causes incredible harm. Now, some of the people that are picked up in this change, and I remind the House, this is something that was okay to do. Nobody snuck around. They've actually been able to have a border, to have up to 2 borders, and to be able to keep that money. That's been okay. But tomorrow, it's not going to be okay anymore. And what is going to happen when that happens is the impact of not having that money in our poorest families is going to ripple through our society. It's going to cause problems. Let's talk about some of the people who are impacted by this piece of legislation. And I'm sure there will be comments from people who are specialist portfolio holders on this later. But right now, I just want to talk about 2 of them. The first group that I want to talk about is the elderly. We have more and more elderly who rely on an accommodation supplement in their older years. Those people will be impacted over this. And there's actually a lot of them. And then we've got the youth issue, which is raised in the report which my colleague from the Greens also talked about. It's this one here, the Supplementary Analysis Report. It's raised specifically by impartial people who say there's a problem here, because what happens with youth is they need to board quite often, and they find it extremely hard to find other accommodation because there's a discrimination that occurs with youth. So you've got a shrinking issue with boarding being available, and it's going to have huge impact on youth. And you're cutting that out from them. They're cutting that option out because people will no longer take boarders. And it talks about the impact on that group as particularly worrying. They are not alone. It talks about the impact on Māori, and it talks about the impact on Pacific peoples as particularly extreme. These are all the groups we know are at our lowest socioeconomic levels. They are the ones that need the helping hand. And that's what I would say to my colleague on the other side of the House, who suggests that we know nothing about poverty and that people just need a hand up. What's a hand up? This was a hand up. This was a capacity that people had to take in a border or two and be able to keep the money with the government's consent. That was what was going on. And the heckler suggests that in this case it was something that this government, the Labour government, had done. That is just not accurate. This has been going since 1992. So every government since has come down on the side of this is still a good idea. Because when you're earning a pitiful amount, when you actually don't have enough, even though you're working, that you need an accommodation supplement, or you're in a situation where you're on a benefit, maybe you're disabled, maybe you're older, maybe you are in those groups, then you actually need a helping hand. And this was one. It was one where if you decided to get a border or two, then you were okay. You could keep the money. And it's not a lot of money, let's face it. But it's something. So today what we do is we absolutely rip the guts out of those families. Let's just face it, $132. That's what's going to happen. $132 less for a lot of those families. I'd like to just look at the kinds of numbers we are talking about. Because, again, the same report, the Supplementary Analysis Report, it says that there are 8,200 households who have a border in this position, and that 7,000 of those households, they will have a reduction, the average reduction being $100. So that you're taking, the government today takes $100 off 7,000 New Zealand families just for accommodation supplement. Then in addition to that, you've got people who have got income-related rents. 6,200 of them will lose $132 a week. A week. It's a lot of money. Let's just take that and think about it for a second. What we are told is that this will save money for the government. It will save, according to the projections, and there are real question marks about the projections in the independent analysis, about $150 million over 4 years. That's the possible savings. But the question marks over that money are extremely real. It's not just wishful thinking, it's not the opposition making it up. The question marks are in that report. And the question marks are based on things like, we don't actually know how many people there are out there with these situations, so we're actually guessing. And we don't know what they're going to do when they can't receive this money and they're going to be punished in this way. They might stop having borders. They might disappear from that system. They might not report them. All those things mean that there's a huge question mark about whether the government will save that kind of money. Now, I just want to turn for the last little part of my speech to the issue of the automated decision-making system that is part and parcel of this. We will, after this bill, face another bill in urgency, which is about that too. And that's about people having to turn up, and they're going to have to turn up once a year to do a review of their benefit. And the sole reason for that is because you can't find out how many borders there are unless you make people turn up for a review. So a whole lot of people who are permanently injured, for example, they're going to have to turn up for a review so that MSD can gather the information and match it. That's how they're going to get that information. So we have another whole piece of legislation which relates to this. And part of what's going on in both pieces of the acts that are before us today is that we are looking at an automated system, because the MSD, when they looked at the system, they just couldn't do it with people. They didn't have the staff. That's because we've cut huge amounts of staff everywhere we can, and so MSD just couldn't do this. So we've moved to an automated system. That's what we've done in this country. And I take the point of my colleague, it's not us, it's the government. that's done it. But I think it's really important that it is understood that that's what has happened in this country. We simply don't have the staff to do this. And so now we're bringing in an impersonal system to do it instead. Thank you.
Paolo Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is an effort by a fiscally prudent and responsible government to look at the situation where a person who receives border payments himself applies for housing subsidies, to take that situation into consideration when assessing his entitlement to and the rate of the housing subsidy that he himself is applying for. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Arana Williams.
This is a government that describes itself as fiscally prudent. Is it fiscally prudent to push thousands of young New Zealanders into debt? This is a budget which has penny pinched out of young people's pockets. 18 to 19-year-olds are not only being cut off from the emergency benefit, which will now be means tested, and when I say emergency benefit, I mean homelessness, urgent dental work, urgent things that young people need, which they will now be asked whether their parents can help them with. And then further in this bill, it makes a change to make it harder for any adults in their lives who will stand up for them to have them living in their home. This is a bill which will see youth homelessness rising in the middle of a youth homelessness crisis. If this government cared about young people, it would make the kinds of changes that we need to see young people properly supported. But what does it do instead? It makes it harder for young people to access emergency accommodation, it makes it harder for young people to access emergency benefits, and it makes it harder for them to live in the homes with the adults who care for them. $202. For a mum with adult children, 3 of them living in her home. That's how much it will cost her now to have those adult children living with her every week. This is taking money out of the people's pockets who can least afford it. 7,000 households. You know why this hasn't been a policy choice that has been made by prior national governments? Because under the leadership of John Key and Bill English, it didn't seem like a good idea to take 7,000 of the lowest income and most vulnerable households and make $150 million back for the government. This pushes young people into debt. It pushes working families into further debt. It might be debt off the government's book, but it certainly isn't debt off New Zealanders' books. And when we think about the intergenerational cost of this, we have to ask ourselves, is this a useful intervention in the housing market with a government who is focused, it says, on increasing supply of housing? Absolutely not. It is a change which will result in a higher demand for housing because we will have the most vulnerable people competing even harder for the few rentals that are available now in the kind of price range that they can afford. What will that do? It will drive up the price of rentals for these people. Young people will experience further competition and further increases in the rentals they pay because the number of rentals available to them will be lower. Or is that not a fiscal risk that the government has identified? Because actually what will happen is these young people will be faced with not being able to get accommodation at all. This is a government that has overseen the giving out of grants for tents, for seeing more and more people sleeping in their cars down at the local park. Every electorate MP in this House will have seen it. Everyone will know that homelessness in our town centres is growing and the people who are experiencing that homelessness are young. This is not like the global financial crisis. This is not like the crisis that we have been through as a country in my lifetime, where those people living in their cars were older people. This is people who are 18, 19, 20. I met with a young woman in my electorate recently. Her name is KJ. For the first time this year, she slept at a bus shelter. She is 16 years old. She should be able to access the emergency benefit without having any reference to her parents, but this is a government that has taken that support away from her and it will now be means tested with a reference to her parents' incomes. This callous change in this bill means that it will be harder for her to board because her supplements will be counted against the other supplements in her house. And the official The official advice in this paper recognises that it will hurt people like her the most, that marginalised groups, that young people, that Māori, the Pacific will be most impacted by this change, that the people who can least afford it will be punished for these savings to be made. This is a government which has made all the wrong choices and they are on display in this bill. This affects the working people who elected them. This affects everyone in our communities. This affects 54,000 young people who receive the accommodation supplement. It is the wrong change and it is cruel.
Vanessa Wedding.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is simply making some minor changes that bring in fairness to a system that seems strange that it's been allowed to exist for the last 30-odd years, that this has been a situation where under the last government they actually changed some of those thresholds for accommodation subsidies as well, so that people could use that money to pay for their mortgages. This only is affecting those people who both get an accommodation supplement and have renters or boarders who are also getting an accommodation supplement. This isn't not for the workers out there who have spare rooms that are also paying for their rent and paying for their mortgages, paying for their all of their costs. Those people hadn't been getting assistance and subsidies from the government. This is clearing, making it a much more fair system. I commend the bill to the House.
Well said. Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's make no bones about this. This is a cold, callous and cruel bill by a cold government that is taking New Zealand backwards by punching down on those who can least afford it. And this is part of their pattern. We've seen it in their austerity budget. We've seen it because they've taken money away from women's pay by cancelling 33 active pay equity claims. No, they don't like that one, do they, Shannon? Because there's a lot of chat coming from Joseph Mooney, who's been laughing throughout this particular debate when we talk about some of the most vulnerable in New Zealand who are being made worse off by his government and his vote directly. What are they taking away? KiwiSaver contributions. They're taking away money from 61,000 families through their austerity budget. 61,000 families who will now be worse off by an average of $43 per fortnight. Unemployment scheduled to rise. Nobody can find, Mr. Speaker, the families that they promised the $250 per fortnight to during their campaign, a campaign on reducing the cost of living for New Zealanders. What did their leaders say? Everyone's going to get $250 a fortnight. It was like Oprah on the campaign trail. Who gets it now? Hardly anyone, Mr. Speaker. The only increase that some families are getting, $7 a week. That's what this government is crowing about. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, takes us backwards even more. Now, what have we heard from members opposite? The Minister said that this will only impact the border. Who are these borders? Single mothers, young people, disabled people. The person who's got the borders. The person who's got the borders, that's what the Minister said. They're often disabled people. And this is the Minister for Disability Issues as well, who's punching down again on disabled people. Minister, read the advice in your own papers, because Whaikaha themselves have said that this is a bad idea. Whaikaha themselves have said that disabled people have limited options and many of them rely on boarding arrangements with their caregivers. So who is being penalised by this? Disabled people, young people, old people, Pacific people. They're all going to be worse off on average by $100. Those in social housing on average by $132 a week. 51,459 people on a supported living payment also receive the accommodation supplement. There are, in addition to that, 15,624 people on supported living payments who are also in social housing. So all of them potentially could be impacted by this. We don't know a huge amount of detail, though, Mr. Speaker, because they're rushing this through under urgency, and their own analysis from their officials tell us that there's been limited time to engage with people who would be, but that, again, seems to be typical of this government, as we've seen. So what are we going to see? Now, again, members opposite have stood up and said this is just fixing a discrepancy. They've said they're being fiscally prudent by taking $150 million off those who can least afford it. They've said this is a common sense fix and it's fair. Fair for whom, Mr. Speaker? Who are the people? What was this policy intended for? Back in 1992, it was intended to encourage those in state housing to be able to use their space for others who might need assistance when it comes to housing. And it was also intended to ensure that they could offset their costs. So this isn't some sort of a rort that's been happening for 30-odd years. It's been an incentive to ensure that people have a roof over their heads and that people can actually meet the costs of living. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what this cold, callous, cruel government is stripping away from those who can least afford it. It was an incentive that is taken away. Oh, and now they're all looking down. Now they're all looking down. Why? Suddenly it's not an issue anymore for you. Oh, well, there they are laughing again. Well, there we go. Anyway, $100 to $132 a week from people who cannot afford it. That is their fiscal prudence, unfortunately. So what happens then? The analysis of this bill tells us that it's likely to lead to increasing homelessness, because if you're going to be penalised for opening up your home and taking on a couple of boarders, and that's why, Madam Speaker, it wasn't the first and second border that was caught up in the change. It was only third border onwards. Now what they're doing is ensuring that they're penalised for taking on anyone as a boarder, when boarding costs are meant to help offset the living costs of the person who's taking them on. But now they will be penalised for it. Do they then think that people who can't afford it will then take on boarders? No. Where are they going to go? Some might say emergency housing, emergency accommodation, Madam Speaker, and yet this government has cut $1 billion from the emergency housing budget through their austerity budget, which is why we're all here today, on the false pretense that homelessness, that demand for housing is reducing. Is it reducing? Perhaps because they're chucking everyone out, because they don't want to pay for emergency housing. So what are we actually seeing here? People who are being squeezed from every which direction. Cost of living increasing. Unemployment on the rise. Members opposite laughing again when we talk about those in hardship who are going to be doing it even tougher because of decisions that each one of their gloating faces has voted for. So make no mistake, when you stand up at events and at your electorates and you crow about the work that you've done, what are they doing? Mocking us and laughing. Because you stand up for workers. Who do you think you're slamming down on through this legislation and every other thing that you've done in your austerity budget? Many of them, newsflash, are working. But they have to work multiple jobs because of the decisions you've made, because they cannot make ends meet. And yet you laugh. Shocking. Absolutely shameless behaviour from this government. I never thought that I'd be standing here thinking that previous national governments past were actually better than this lot. But this is a particular breed of cold callousness that we're seeing crowing from that side of the House. Homelessness is increasing at unprecedented levels. We've seen that before, because when you increase cost of living and you do nothing to reduce that, and then you clamp down on the paltry support that you actually give people, and then you chuck them out of housing and you cut money for emergency housing, where will people go? Tents and cars, Joseph Mooney. That's exactly what you're doing. So you can yell at me from the other side of the House. I can't even hear what you're saying, by the way, but I can see the smugness on your face. But this is what you're doing. You are actually allowing grants for people to live in tents and in cars. I hope you're proud of that. I hope this government's proud of that, because on this side of the house, we're not. And increasingly people out are not either. You might dress up your austerity budget as being fiscally prudent, taking money off the lowest paid women who are underpaid and undervalued, and you're underpaying them and undervaluing them even more. You might be pleased with that, but increasingly people see through your window dressing of fiscal prudence, and they see it for what it is: austerity measures, getting worse with bills like this. Bills that make it even harder for those who are struggling and doing the work that you undervalue. And so, Madam Speaker, this is a bill that we cannot support, because while they try to say that it's just a little tweak that makes things fairer, it absolutely does not. $100 for people who are getting a couple of hundred a week makes a massive difference. It may not for members opposite, and that may be why they're laughing and crowing, but they've lost touch with reality. So I suggest that members opposite actually get out there and talk to people whose lives they're making worse under urgency, all stages, with bills that cannot be properly scrutinised, that don't have the analysis that they need, because they're rushing it through and wanting to bring it in by next year. That is absolutely shocking, and Madam Speaker, we do not commend this bill to the House.
Madam Speaker.
Grant McCullum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is great to be the final speaker of the second reading of this, the Social Security Accommodation Supplement Income Related Rent Amendment Bill. We are a fiscally responsible government, and we are focused on making things fair so that people don't double dip effectively, and I commend this bill to the House.
Senator.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say... Will we please have silence during a vote, please? The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Thank you. The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The ayes have it.
Social Assistance Legislation, Accommodation Supplement and Income Related Rent Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage immediately. I declare the House in committee for consideration of the Social Assistance Legislation, Accommodation Supplement and Income Related Rent Amendment Bill.
Hello.
Members, the House is in committee on the Social Assistance Legislation, Accommodation, Supplement and Income Related Rent Amendment Bill. Members, we come first to Part 1. This is a debate on Clauses 3 to 8, amendments to Social Security Act 2018 and Schedule 1. The question is that Part 1 stand part.
Mr Chair. Mr Chair.
The Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
Mr Chair, I am standing up to speak in committee stages of this bill to put some arguments as to why each section, each part, each clause of this bill should not be voted for by this House. Mr Chair, it is important that we start with a little bit of context here. The accommodation supplement is calculated based on your individual circumstances, including income, assets and accommodation costs, family situation and where you live. Up until the proposal today, those that have been eligible for the accommodation supplement have been able to take boarders. Not a huge amount can be paid as part of that boarding fee, but they have been able to take boarders, and it hasn't impacted their ability to get access to the accommodation supplement. Mr Chair, we are going to have some things clarified in this House by the Minister, because even during the interjections from the other side, we have heard claims that are simply incorrect. Mr Chair, we do not support this going ahead. We need to make sure that we have a shared understanding here in the House that board paid to those who are receiving the accommodation supplement isn't something that is adding to the wealth of those that may be the head tenant. It is actually supporting them with paying utilities, the power, the internet, the water, any other costs that come with having a home. Often also it is used to help and assist with paying for food. And what we know is actually when people consolidate their money in that kind of way, it can help alleviate the pressure that many people are facing in terms of the cost of living challenges that they're facing. This bill is attempting to take that away from some of the poorest New Zealanders. And we've heard arguments from the other side that it makes the system fairer. We're talking about working New Zealanders and beneficiaries who earn the lowest incomes in this country, and we're trying to get by sharing expenses with boarders who are paying a small fee towards costs and living with them, Mr Chair. They talk about fairness of the system, and I'm going to put to the Minister, in terms of the broader context around housing and the government's agenda, why was this unfair? But it's not unfair to give $2.9 billion worth of tax breaks to landlords. Why is this unfair? And yet you can own multiple properties and not have to pay any taxes on them when you sell them. Why is it that the place that the government are attempting to get any money back from on housing is from the poorest working, and I do say working, because Mr Mooney over there was saying that we're protecting the beneficiaries. There are a large number of people who get the accommodation supplement who are actually working. Why is it appropriate that the government is trying to get money out of the poorest New Zealanders in the space of housing and not the others that I mentioned earlier? I think on that point, for context, particularly given that this has been brought to the House in urgency, it would be good to know from the Minister how many are receiving the accommodation supplement that are actually working, as opposed to those that are on benefit. Not that we are judging those on benefit, but certainly the other side is. But we need to be having arguments based on fact, and so we need to make sure that we are having discussions that are actually informed by evidence. That certainly hasn't come through by from the first and second readings from government, nor from the interjections that they have put forward when the opposition members have been speaking. Mr Chair, I'm really concerned about whether or not the Minister has received any advice about whether this will drive people into further poverty, given that they'll no longer be able to get that little bit of support to help them with the everyday costs of running a household. I'm also really concerned and would like to ask the Minister whether or not she received any advice on the implications for those that have taken up boarding opportunities in these situations where someone may have been getting the accommodation supplement. We're worried on this side of the House that actually this change in policy could lead to higher levels of homelessness, as we've seen with their policy change around emergency accommodation. And these are the types of questions that I would expect very clear answers from the Minister, particularly given the fact that she saw this as being so integral to perhaps, paying part of the budget that she's brought this bill to the House today.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr Chair, in this early stage I want to just make sure that there's some accuracies for this debate. This piece of legislation does not stop anyone from taking in boarders or charging someone who boards with them. It just means that boarder number 1 and boarder 2 are treated in the same way that boarders 3, 4 and 5 are.
You're taking money
so
off them.
it is about equity and it is also making sure that those who are boarders, where they are getting an accommodation supplement, it means that we are not paying, or taxpayers are not paying the housing supplement twice. So I'm not going to speak on matters that are clearly outside the bill. This is a very narrow bill. It talks about boarders and the instance. There is no impact on the person who is the boarder. So I want to be clear about that.
Mr. Chair. Ricardo Mendes-Mark, just reminding members, of course, that while there's context early on, we would be referring to the Part 1 sections.
Oh yeah, I read the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I wanted to look at Clause 4, and I wanted to pick up on the fact, on Clause 4, I've got quite a few questions because we did not have a select committee stage. Which means, and we also don't have a regulatory impact statement, which is deeply irresponsible from the government. What we do have, as I mentioned in my second reading speech, is this document, which does contain some analysis from MSD, and I will be using it to particularly refer to the new Section 65 AAA that is inserted in the Social Security Act. So, despite the Minister's comments about how this is a narrow bill, the impact is quite deep. So I wanted to ask, first of all, and we would have been able to do this in the Select Committee stage, pose these questions to both officials and the Minister, whether the Minister agrees with the advice that the risks associated with the modified income-related rent calculation include increased hardship among social housing tenants if their income-related rent increases. Does she believe that this bill will lead to an increase in hardship for social housing tenants? I asked this as well because I noted that there was no child impact assessment being done in this bill. And I know that the previous member asked about poverty more broadly, but in relationship to my question around whether this bill will increase hardship among social housing tenants as a result of the provisions in the Clause 4 of Part 1, as to whether she also at any point consider how many children could be pushed deeper into poverty as a result of this. I say this because in the second reading speech, my excellent colleague Kahurangi Kara was referencing the child poverty documents from the budget. Those look like child poverty is stagnating and potentially even increasing in some areas. And so I'm curious to know as to whether she agrees with the analysis presented to her by MSD. If not, why not? And if so, what made her continue pursuing this policy despite the clear analysis from her own ministry that, quote, there would be an increased hardship? I've got some more questions on Part 1, particularly around the document that we've got. It's literally only analysis that we've gotten. We haven't had the chance to hear from social housing tenants, people who board around what this means for them. But I wanted to start off by testing that very simple analysis. The second question, and I don't want to, because I know the chair previously advised me to not do too many questions in one round to allow the minister to answer, but the second question was as to whether also the minister agrees with the analysis by MSD in relationship to whether the government could be overestimating the savings being made by this bill. Does she think this analysis is correct? If so, where does she think that those overestimations could be made by the government? I think Part 1 and Clause 4 particularly are the best place to ask these questions, as this is where we're adding the definition of border, for example, and that in of itself is what then leads to a restriction on those people accessing the accommodation supplement and the income-related rent subsidy. If she does think that there was an overestimation of savings, where does she think those costs will be passed on? Does she agree with the Ministry of Social Development's advice that those costs could be passed on to, say, for example, hardship assistance or emergency housing or advances, which in turn could put people into further debt. If she does not agree with those with that advice from MSD around the overestimation of savings, why was she so confident when she published her budget documents that there would be very specific figures when it came to the savings, and how did she come to that conclusion despite MSD warning her that those figures could quite likely actually be wrong? So to wrap up, my two simple questions are whether she agrees that there will be increased hardship among social housing tenants if their income-related rent increases, and whether she agrees with the analysis that the government could have overestimated the savings that are being made in this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr Chair, this was a measure that was in Budget 24. Like any budget, there are estimates that are made in terms of what a cost might be or what a savings might be. But as I said at the start, and I said in my first in reading speeches and echoed by my colleagues, it is common sense that if you have one or two borders, they are taken into account in the same way a third border is. And as I've said, and I'm not going to say it again, borders are not affected by this.
The time has come for me to leave the chair. The House will resume at 7 p.m.